Good evening. How's everybody's day today? I had an amazing day. I want to apologize in advance for this all night. I'm not sure what's happening. It just sort of started happening about a week ago, or a couple of 4 or 5 streams ago, where suddenly my computer just is not functioning, and I even started shutting stuff off. I stopped opening up the astrology software, so I'll open it if I need it, and I can run charts, but I don't have it, ready. I shut down my video imaging software, so which I've used to show some visionary pieces for the respective meditations and so forth. I don't even have it open to keep more RAM, and it's not having a positive effect. So clearly, this isn't a memory issue. It's something to do with the way this Windows update affected OBS, and so I'm not going to stress about it. The thing that I'm trying to do here is be heard, and so it seems like the audio is not affected. So I'm just going to go with it. So be it. It is a little jarring at times when I'm trying to illustrate something and I'm looking at the screen to see what you see, and that chops. So bear with me as I go through that process. But otherwise, I don't think it's going to be too much of a hindrance, and I'll eventually figure out what the issue is. It's just a matter of having the time to dig through the settings and so forth. Luana, how's it going? First, always. That's awesome. I got great news, by the way. And I'm just kind of waiting for the stream to build up, because some cool things went down just with respect to the show here and the channel in general, and so good things. But so bear with me as I try to figure out this issue here. So why suddenly it's I can't get a steady stream, but at least I get steady audio. Like I said, that's what matters. Is that I'm heard, that the message is there, and that part is important, that the chat works, right? These are the things that matter. Because, and if there's any readers out there who've been through this process that is now excited about taking advantage of the technology, it's really cool. We remember back in the day when, what did we have? We had either the fortunate circumstance of having an individual in front of us that we can see and touch and hear and read that. That's the best. There's no better than being in person. But otherwise, it was usually on the telephone, right? And so all we got was that voice, and depending upon their carrier and so on, back in the day, the service wasn't always the best, and so it's kind of like a bad telephone connection. And we did it, right? We did it all those decades, and here we are. Now we have this beautiful technology where we can lecture on a subject that we love, and have a community of people that engage in that conversation across the world. That's just awesome. Kitten, how's it going? Thank you so much for being here. I knew you would, though. I hoped you would. All right, and so, little Arlo has his inner sneeze going. You okay, buddy? Okay. Yeah, he's a Chihuahua dachshund. Anyone with Chihuahuas know that sort of inner sneeze, where they kind of inhale. It's called an inner sneeze. So sometimes it's can get like a domino, and you sort of have to snap them out of it by calming them down. And so I was just seeing if that was the case, and if he needed me, I was going to jump real quick. You okay, my buddy? Okay, good. He's fine. So, so some interesting things happened with respect to the channel. YouTube has made an interesting decision, and I was just speaking about this with somebody today who asked me some questions related to YouTube and streaming, and like my setup here and some things, and I shared a bunch of stuff. And there was some of the questions were related to what actually just happened today since that conversation. So if you happen to pop in today, we'll talk about it. And if not, then you might catch it on this if you watch this later. I'll send you a message to look at it. So if you don't see this live, that's fine. But guess what happened? YouTube decided to open up a bunch of features that are only available to larger channels. My channel is virtually insignificant mathematically, right? I have no subscribers, I have no views, and so from a monetary perspective, I don't monetize, I don't advertise. From a monetary perspective, I'm not what YouTube wants, right? Like, let's just be honest about what is going on here. YouTube wants money, and money comes from channels that get a lot of views for a long time, that consume advertising, and I don't do any of those. And so the fact that they're allowing and opening this up to smaller channels and to maybe shows that don't monetize or aren't here to commercialize is kind of awesome. And so what they've done is they've unlocked the community tab. And what the community tab is, for those who follow bigger streamers that or bigger channels that have these tools already, it allows me to put stuff up that we can engage with together. And so it becomes our channel instead of mine, because it's never been mine. It's not mine to begin with. It belongs to YouTube, let's be honest. But really, it's not mine. It's yours. It's ours. And so the community tab lets us interact there, post stuff. I could post things and it'll be seen by others, not only in the community, but people who visit the channel because they hear the buzz and they want to see what it's all about. They can actually see something without having to dig through a 4-hour stream and find the gems, right? Polls and some other things. And so now this just came to my attention about an hour and a half ago, or maybe less than that. I had a very beautiful full day of speaking to some wonderful people. And during that whole process, it was just awakening after awakening after awakening. And every time I was in this beautiful position to help somebody come to that place, they wound up doing it for me also. You know, like, we got to experience it together. There's a very lonely experience called enlightenment, where you spend your life looking for this thing that you don't even know what you're looking for, and by accident you find it. And I say accident because you can't find what you already have. And when you're looking for it, you're not looking for the right thing, so it's really hard to find. But what happens is that you come to this truth, and what I mean by truth, I've mentioned before, is, for instance, if I get up, which I'll be doing here at some point to heat up my coffee or to make a new cup, I'm going to get up from my chair and I'm going to stand on the floor and walk over there. And now I don't think about whether or not the floor will be there to meet my foot. I just get up, put my foot down, and walk, right? It doesn't even enter my mind. That's what knowing is. It's not even a mental activity. It's just a matter of going about your business with this piece of knowledge as an assumption that you get to make from now on, so it doesn't enter your brain. It's the same effect of memorizing your times tables. Why do you memorize your times tables? So that later on in life, when you have to do some quick math, you're not having to think about it. You recall the answer and you move on with your life, right? And that's the gist here. The idea is that we play with these toys and we explore these worlds with these different languages and these different systems, all really kind of pointing at that we're all in the same place, which is to seek this truth together. And when one of us finds it, that we help everyone else to see it also. And that was my day. And every one of those people, when I showed them something, they showed it back to me. I'd love that. And so it's rare when that happens. When you come to the one truth, you see the story everywhere and you want to share it. And of course, it's easy for you to kind of get a little overzealous. Shushu, my brother, I love you. Thank you for coming in. I was wondering if I would see you tonight. I'm really glad I did. It means a lot that you're here. There's stuff I need to say, and there's a few people I want to be here, and you're one of them. So, by the way, my community tab was unlocked. They were rolling it out to smaller channels over time, and I got the note from Google that it would be over the next period of a couple months, and it happened today, so how cool. That's good stuff, Brianna. Okay, that's great. One more and the whole family's here. And so, it's lonely. Enlightenment is lonely. Anybody who's come to there realizes that it's kind of hard to find people in that same place, right? And when you do, it's a matter of like, wow, cool, I can speak openly and I don't have to kind of explain myself or sound poetic or crazy or both. Of course, the best poets are nuts. And so, but then we have this happen, where by accident I decided I'm not doing, readings for teenagers about, their crushes, and I'm going to start talking about reality. I'm going to start speaking to people's hearts. Telling them, Mara, how's it going? Well, it might be lonely at the top, I wouldn't know. But it's definitely lonely in the middle. But that said, though, that's where we all are, which is the cool part. And when it dawns on you that that's the case, it's like, oh wait, I'm not alone, and actually cool. I can talk to everyone, not just one, but everyone. And that everyone is that one. It's a beautiful kind of holographic representation of this reality of love, that we are all really here to know each other. And then when we decide that that's true, to know every single part of each other, because that's what we're here to do. And when we do that, we get to experience the totality of probability, of possibility. It sounds pretty exciting, right? It's a matter of saying, okay, well, let's not miss the world here. Don't miss the purple. And when you realize that all you want to do is to take in everything and share it completely, you don't want to do that alone. You want to do that with someone in the knowing. And so this community is designed to create a place where people can come that are seeking, to help them find it. And for those who have found it, which for right now is a smaller number than those who haven't, and that's going to shift, and that ratio will change. For those people to come to a place where they can speak openly and comfortably and ask and answer and talk, and it's really, really beautiful. And so today, a couple things happened that were really powerful, and I wanted to speak about that tonight. Oh, what a pretty image. Really, really pretty image. I wanted to speak about loss, because we're all experiencing it. We're all going to experience it, and we all it's a shared experience, no matter who you are. And so this is something that we can speak about universally. It's I don't care who you are, you'll benefit from having a conversation about this thing that we're all going to face and have faced. And so, it really came from a private reading that I had with somebody very special today that woke me up to something that I did not expect to hear from them. And it was a conversation. It didn't happen without me, and it didn't happen without her. And the two of us, in doing this work that I did not, it wasn't about me. I come in there specifically, it has nothing to do with me, but it had everything. This session it was for me. I feel like paying her. It was powerful, and I'm going to reveal it here in a minute. I want to catch up on the chat, and then we're going to talk about what happened today in this beautiful thing. I'm not going to reveal any details about this individual or what we spoke about, but I am going to relay my experience with this beautiful truth. It's really something. Yeah. Over and over today, and I mean, the past several days have been just so amazing with respect to that. There's a number of people who had asked to engage and to do some work personally, and then when we get to that stage, I discovered that we're talking about some real experience, real pain, real need, and so that it makes it even more special, Luana, right? Because that's the key word there is that equally. That's what happened. I was there to empty myself, fill up with truth, and give it to her freely. That was what I was there to do. That was my job for that period of time, is to get out of myself, take in what I need to hear from her, fill up with what she needs, and give it to her. So that's it. And she did the same thing back to me. And I didn't come there for that. And I left with the one thing that I needed in the world to complete myself and to find the absolute peace that I needed. And I'm going to share it with everybody tonight. all I want in the world is for you to have what I right now have, and I will never let go of. And when you have this thing that I'm going to give you tonight that was given to me freely by somebody who had no idea what she was doing, that's the beauty. All she was doing was speaking back what I told her in slightly different words to reiterate to me that she understood. That was the intent of her statement, was to let me know she heard. Like, all right, I get what you're saying, and here's what I think you said. And I went, yeah, that's exactly what I meant. You get it. And then I saw it, and I spoke it back to her. I said, just to be clear about what I'm hearing you say, I spoke these words. So let's catch up on the chat, and I'm going to reveal that story because it is really something. And anybody who's listening that has a heart that is open is going to be free from some pain before they leave this chat tonight. And it's going to be quick. Quick. It's going to be a lightning strike, a thunderclap, powerful. By the way, Shushu, yesterday I was being silly with somebody. Who was it? Was it Tanamera? Said she was tired, and I started to recite her Goodnight Moon. And so I said the words to start. I was being silly, you know me. I started to speak. In the great green room, there was a telephone and a red balloon. Pause. Now, the reason I originally paused was because of you. The minute the red balloon hit my head, I thought of you. And so I paused for a minute to take you in, and then I was going to continue to speak, right? But then it dawned on me that that's a beautiful sentence. In the great green room, there was a telephone and a red balloon. A green room is the idea of mind and heart unified, right? The blue and yellow of divine mind and heart unified. It's knowing and speaking your truth. And imagine living in a room full of that. The abode of speaking your heart. The great green room. There was a telephone. A telephone. What do you do with a telephone? So I'm not even going to go there. It's so obvious. And a red balloon. Red balloon, that's special. Red balloon, first of all, air, communication. Okay, are you listening? This is huge. Now, he knows this. He knows this. But this is powerful. What is a red balloon? It is a vessel for intelligence, for sword, for mind, for communication. Right? The sword is air, and that's communication. It is a vessel for raising the will back to the higher self in the form of communication, right? So a red balloon is your breath being offered back to God. And what is our breath but our voice? And so in the great green room, there was a telephone and a red balloon. Beautiful. All because of you, Shushu. So, right, the story's everywhere. And a picture of a cow jumping over the moon. So, yeah. I love that story. It just reminds me of a good time, those good times. And now we get to look back. That's the beauty. Once we learn all this fun stuff and we get to now recognize that we're children again, because we go through the process and now we look at life as an adult and everything changes. But now we got to remember that we don't know nothing. And we can be children again. And now we give ourselves permission to see the world new. And when we do that, we can go to Goodnight Moon and see truth. My favorite part, I always used to be the hold out for the anticipation of this one specific spot in the story, which is, and the little old lady whispering, or the quiet old lady whispering, hush. See, whenever I read it to my kids, they'll attest, I kind of gave it some drama, right? I had 3 girls. I have 3 girls. I had 3 little girls. And they would all get a book. Inevitably, one of them would have picked that one. One of them would have picked it. And then, of course, they wanted to mess with Daddy, so one of them would have picked Fox and Socks. Tweedlebeetles battle in a bottle with a paddle, and a Tweedlebeetle paddle, paddle, battle. So fun, right? But that one, and who knew that later on, 20 years down the road, I would be reading this online to people who recognize that it is their own voice speaking back the one truth. Something else. Powerful. So, this thing that happened today. Long story short, I was having a conversation with somebody. That's all that's relevant from that perspective. But the conversation led to, when we were done, and this beautiful kind of, several beautiful moments happened. Which is great. If we get one, I succeeded. And so we were open, and we just had a really good flow, and we have a good bond. It just exists. It's cool. And when you have that, it just goes. It just happens. So we were done, and we were bantering at the end, right? I had a couple minutes before I had to go, and whatever the case, and so we were just kind of bantering. And I had used a tool to explain a concept, right? I'm explaining the concept of Tao compared to I Ching, which I talk about, and some other systems that are similar, like Buddhism. Buddhism is not Zen. Zen Buddhism is a specific, small little, specific understanding, specific knowledge, and one of the unique components of Zen is that the idea is that you experience it lucidly while alive. It's a way of being always, so including while you're alive. It's not a promise after death, or a thing that you find and then you found this oneness and now you go sit in your ashram and you don't move for the rest of your life. It's a way of navigating through your normal experience with this knowledge, and that in this knowledge is this beautiful truth of how to act. And when you act appropriately, the universe acts appropriately back to you. And so there's joy instead of sorrow most of the time. Pain is real, but suffering is human. And so we can change that. And so, I use this tool. This is simply a stone that I found on the ground, and I picked up because I liked its symmetry. It's a pretty shape. It got flattened very nice in the river, right? And it has a kind of a nice symmetry to it. And I thought it would be a nice I Ching rune. Active. Let's wait for that skip to finish. Yeah, that was a solid 7-second delay. And then we have the bestowal, or the reception, the passive, the masculine, the feminine. The masculine and the feminine, right? And now, and I was explaining the idea here that I'm not sure how I'm going to work around that. That is actually really debilitating. I'm not sure what to do about that. So the idea, though, is that you show the stone. That's not going to work. I'm not sure how to approach this. I have no choice but to go with it as it is. Be open to the reality. And so what I'm going to do is change the way I was going to present. So let's do this instead. What I'm going to do is just hold it steady and speak. And so we'll just use a static image instead, and that's okay. So one side of this stone, I have drawn a stripe. And on the other side of the stone, I've drawn a circle. And it's a way for me to describe the idea of reception, the active force, the masculine force, the wand, and then the receptive, the feminine, the receptive force. Yeah, I'm sorry, that is really distracting, and it's throwing me off, and I apologize for that. I don't. My goal is to be able to communicate this, and it's okay. All right. I'm just going to speak it. It's distracting. The visual part's distracting me, and it's not necessary. So I'm just going to let go of the need. So the idea is that that's just a stone with lines on it. And so we draw the line to to make the comparison with the symbolism, to access the language, right? So we say to ourselves, okay, well, I'm going to say, when I have this pointed up, it means masculine. And when I have this pointed up, it means feminine. And so it's the idea of, okay, so now if I'm using this in a divinatory sense, I can get the sense that this is the receptive force. Yeah, you know, here's what I am going to do. I'm sorry to kind of seem bipolar here, but I'm not. I'm taking this as serious as death. And so I'm not going to have it be profaned by the technology. And so I'm going to let go of that I was going to speak it. I'm going to be okay with that fact, and I really am. That's fine. It'll be spoken when it needs to be. And later on, if I find that the stream is doing better, I'll readdress it. So I'm just going to let go. It's that important that I'm going to just ignore it and speak to it when the technology allows me to. That said, I have to kind of think about where I'm going to bounce at this point. That threw me off pretty substantially. It's good to kind of not have a total plan so that you can bounce if you need to. And so we can address that later, and I apologize for that. I didn't expect it to skip literally that frequently. I thought I might have a window to be able to kind of get enough for me to... It's a visual illustration. That's the point. It's visual, and so that's not going to work this way. And I feel like it'll actually damage it to the point that it will remove my ability to use that device in the future if I reveal it. So I'm not going to. Instead, what are we going to do here? I wanted to speak about the Oracle again and look at some different methods to kind of get the sense of how this can be applied to different circumstances, how it can be utilized in various methods. And there's a different version I'm going to do today than I've done before. So the first thing that we addressed was looking at the dish without even touching them, or using beads to pick a tarot card, and I'm going to go over each one of these individually. Yes, thank you so much for that. And then the third thing that we're going to look at is new today, is that we're going to apply this oracle. And I'm finding, as I've been using it now these past several days since I put it together, that it's really powerful. It's due to the fact that when I put it together, it was specifically designed around the language of the tarot, and specifically the decadent. It gives us direct access to the whole zodiacal system, the entire system of the elements, the system of the Tao, with respect to the interplay of the positive and negative forces playing throughout these basically the four divisions. In the tarot, we call that fire, water, air, and earth. We call that wand, cup, sword, pentacle. In the I Ching, it's referred to slightly differently, but it's the same concept. The strong yin, the lesser yin, the strong yang, and the lesser yang. And these are just different interplays of the same energy seen from a different perspective. And it's the same thing in the tarot. And it's the same thing in pretty much any divinatory system that relies upon the elements, or relies upon the idea of this concept of give and take, of speaking and listening, of bestowal and reception. That whole concept is spoken very elegantly in multiple systems. And so the fact that this oracle is designed around that exact language means it accesses all the information that those other languages access. And so it's a beautiful, elegant little way to speak to the universe. It sounds silly, but this little dish of beads has the answer to the totality of human experience. And I know that sounds bold, but I'm going to prove it. And so the spread that I'm going to be doing today, which is unique, the first time we looked at it, right, and we said, what we're going to do here is we're going to consider the big beads as the elements, the main elements, the 5 main elements. People familiar with the rose cross that I pop up all the time here as a way to illustrate this concept. This rose cross is kind of a diagram to the tarot. And if you'll notice there, let's just look at the top part of the cross where you have the yellow section with the purple. You'll notice that there's 3 symbols on the top. That's the salt, sulfur, mercury. It's in a specific order, and you'll notice that that order changes throughout the pieces of the cross. But here in the yellow, that beautiful color yellow of speaking and being heard, is a little pentagram. And in that pentagram, around the outer edges are some signs, some symbols. Okay, and those represent Scorpio, Leo, Taurus, Aquarius, and at the north tip, spirit, or, the wheel. But it represents the element of spirit, the soul. And so if we look at that pentagram in our minds, and we look at this oracle here, and we consider that the beads in the middle here, the larger beads, represent those elements, what we are able to do now is to just look at the way that the dish stands and say, the spirit, what's it surrounded by right now? And actually, you know what it's looking like it's surrounded by right now? A whole lot of cups. Now, there's an important component here as well. Don't forget, the blue beads mean water, and they mean cup. And now this case, because we're looking at that top point of the pentagram, that's spirit. And guess what? Spirit's at the top. So those cups are pouring down onto. Okay, and so now consider the beauty of what this is telling us. What we have here is multiple cups all filling up this one spirit. And that one spirit is the vessel for all of those cups and what they're giving. Just beautiful. Either side of the cups is surrounded by 2 separate wills. And these 2 separate wills are the ones that are feeding this circumstance right here. It's really quite beautiful. And there's also a little bit of a symmetry, if you notice, with the swords here. These 2 metal beads right there that are on either side are speaking. Those are the swords speaking. So we have 4 cups surrounding spirit, flanked on either side by 2 separate wills that are both speaking in unison this entire beautiful little magical dance. Now let's go back to that cross, because we see that there's some other parts of the pentagram here. And now if we look at, say, Scorpio, which in this particular case, Scorpio is listed as, depending upon who you talk to and if they're telling you the truth or secret, it's going to represent Scorpio as the bird or as the Aquarian symbol. And there's the reason for that I'll talk about later. But right now we're going to say that the Scorpio is the bird. Okay. And so now how does that help me, Michael? Well, Scorpio represents a couple of things, including the element of water. Water. So now, instead of spirit, we're going to look at the dish, and we're going to now say that that point is the water point. That is the element of water. So right now, this is the element of spirit, and we looked at what spirit is surrounded by. Okay, and we can look at this area around spirit and say, okay, this is what spirit is surrounded by and what it's influenced by. This is what our water, our heart, is surrounded by and influenced by. Okay, there you go, sorry. So now this one, you'll notice there's no influence on the outside. This heart is clean of outside influence. Wow, okay, it's going to be a tough stream, guys. I'm sorry. Bear with me as I make it through this. And you'll notice that internally what it's surrounded by is quite beautiful things. There's this idea... there's this idea of a solid manifestation that is being realized through the heart in 2 separate ways. It's kind of like satisfying your own desire to manifest something into the real world and somebody else's at the same time, or sharing that. There's an idea of this dual manifestation coming from the heart giving birth to 2 separate things, like a twin manifestation, which is beautiful. Because oftentimes you can be employed to do work for somebody and you create something on their behalf. But if the work is correct, what winds up happening is you create something that you both get to take. kind of what happened today. I was there to give something to somebody, and we wound up giving equally to each other. And that was not the expectation, but because the space was open for that, then it was allowed to happen, right? And so if you look here, what we have is this idea that without the outside influence of the heart, then it can only take in the truth. It doesn't have any lie to take in. It's protected from that by its own isolation. And so it's really quite something. You have the two voices and two things being manifested into the one heart. And it's really lovely. And now you can take this to its extreme and go through each one of these circumstances. But now look at the beautiful sort of symmetry of the diagram here, because what this allows us to do is essentially say, okay, well, if we're in the yellow portion up there, that's what our mind sees and thinks. Our mind is seeing and thinking in that order. The top and going around the air portion of this is a very different circumstance than if we were to read this from the respect of fire and on, say, like the left, or water on the right there. And so we're looking at it from a very, very different perspective when we are interrogating our universe with our voice compared to our heart, compared to our mind or our body. And so, and why that matters is because I spoke yesterday about intuition. And one of the important parts about intuition is that intuition is not an emotional event. It's not a mental event. It's not a spiritual event. It's not a bodily thing. It's actually the unification of all of those, recognizing that each one of them has its separate experience. It experiences the world separately than the others. Your heart does not see the world the same way your body does, or your mind. And then they share that experience in one conversation. And so you're getting a full picture. Most of the time, we just interrogate the world with the mind. And that's it. And usually it's through the lens of the ego, right? So we take in the world, we process it mentally, and then we communicate it to ourselves through the ego. So we don't even get the full story. You know, we're not only seeing 1/4 of the world, but we're seeing 1% of that fourth. And the percentage is kind of told with an agenda. It's not the way. Not even close. But what we can do instead is to use this system to say, okay, well, I'm going to look at each one of these separately so I can build my intuition. So first I'm going to look at it from the respect of the yellow, right? And so we're going to look at the dish. And when we're looking at this, we're going to consider the fact that, okay, right now I'm just looking at this from the respect of my communication. What is it that I want to say? So it's a little bit different than we were just talking about, but it's a similar type of vocabulary to reading tarot. And so let's let that catch up. Okay, so right there you have the bead of communication. And now if we look at this as an outward act, wanting to communicate many different feelings at once. Right, many different feelings at once. What this is attempting to communicate is everything that's in my heart. Take it all, right? Just communicate 100% of what's inside. And the will to do that is realized in a very beautiful and profound way when you consider the symmetry here, because essentially the will is being manifested, is being spoken from both polarities. There's a very beautiful balance in this will. Oftentimes we choose one or the other. It's kind of like the idea of not being sure if you are comfortable enough to speak what you actually want, and so you kind of tone it down and say enough that you think you'll be heard, but not enough to be honest. That's usually how we extend and speak our will. But sometimes when we have the strength or the courage or there's some motivation behind that, what that allows us to do is to unify the divine will with ours. And when we're able to do that, pure truth comes out. And more importantly, the product of our speaking actually becomes real in the world. It's a magical act. And so it's not just telling people what we want, it's enrolling the universe in what we want so it gets to work and makes it happen. And you know, what does that mean? Who's making that happen? So that's this idea. Basically, the person, myself in this case, and I'm speaking everything that I can emotionally with the intent of unifying those two wills, my divine and my profane, to have the same goal, and that be spoken out into the world. In the heart. Gorgeous. And then we can apply that to the next bead and the next one. What about my fire? This was what I wanted to communicate. What is it I really want? What is the thing I want? All right, and so there's ways that you can go about that. Let's take a look and see from the respect of, you jump to your diagram or whatever system you use to make this decision. And let's go over to the will side, which is going to be on the left, the red with the green writing. And now we're going to obviously apply it the same way. But now instead of looking at what do I want to speak, this is the thing that is making me want to talk to begin with. Forget about what I'm saying. This is the thing that makes me want to say anything at all. And that's going to be this one here. There it goes. Okay. So the one on the left. The one on the left there. And now you'll see that this is surrounded by a big clump of will on top of it. And then a big, or a dual sword on the side there, which is two voices. Two voices and three wills. What we're looking at here is that the will is stronger than the voice. And so essentially what that can wind up manifesting as is this idea of an excess of power that is not able to be utilized to its fullest potential. It's being held back. It's like, here I have this much to give you, and you need 100% of that. Unfortunately, though, the door's too small and we can't fit the couch through. Like, we need to open that space more to make room. There's more will than there is a method of communicating it, of putting it out there. How do you empty your cup? You speak it out. That's how you empty your cup. You bestow it. And so the desire here is to bestow. That's the wand, the red beads, the fire is the act of bestowal. It's the desire to give, to speak, as opposed to the other side, which is to receive or to be heard, right? So in this particular case, you have this, there's a stronger desire to act than the capacity to communicate it. Another way to put that would be the idea that there's so much that you want to speak that there's not enough time or space in the words to get it out. And then that's, ultimately a lesson to not speak words. Words are linear. They require interpretation. They require time and space. You need the time in order to finish the words and to make them a string that are separate in context to be understood by the brain as individual concepts, and then you need space for it to take place in, right? And in time and space, there's limits. There's loss. There's interpretation, all these things. But there isn't where that's actually coming from. The actual infinity, the eternity, the stillness from which that actually occurs is very, very different. There is no interpretation. It's just the truth. And so it's something that we can access by being open to that. And so when it comes to the will and your desire to speak, the best way to go about doing that is to listen. Put yourself in a state of listening and recognize what you're hearing is you speaking. You're instantly in a state of speaking. And so if you find that you are having trouble because you have 3 wands to speak, but there's only 2 swords to get it done, then stop speaking with your sword. Speak with your cup. Because your cup has the ability to infinitely bestow through the act of reception, or just don't speak at all, well, that's called rejection or lament, right? We have speaking, listening, rejecting, and lament. Right? And so speaking and rejecting are opposites. Listening and lament are opposites. And they come from the fact of which side of that coin you're on is actually what's occurring. Because in this case, it looks like that this is right now in a state of listening, and now it's in a state of speaking, but that's not the case. It's both at either time. It's both at either time. And what this does is it gives us the understanding, the reality that when we think we're not speaking, we actually are. So right now, I'm in a state of speaking, but I'm not. I'm listening. I'm speaking. I'm listening. I'm speaking. I'm listening. I'm speaking. I'm listening. It depends upon what, right? So neither of those things are actually happening. The fact of the matter is that this little rock doesn't change. I do. It's not speaking or listening. Whether or not it's speaking or listening depends upon what direction I'm looking in. It's just a rock, right? It's not changing. So the fact that protecting yourself by not speaking is true. But I'm not sure how that protects. I mean, well, we can talk about that word. But more important than that is that you are speaking. Just the other side of you is. You're just in a state of listening. And if you're not hearing it, then it becomes rejection. So not speaking is either listening or rejecting, and both are going on at the same time. What you have to do, Bree, is to decide what are you going to reject and what are you going to hear. Because rejection is just one side of a coin that is hearing and rejecting. And so the question is that since you know you're both at the same time and you are identifying with the one who is rejecting, that means that the other side is actually listening. And listening is an act of speaking, isn't it? Because when you hear and you know the truth, you know what you're hearing is you speaking. So you're never not speaking. You're never not listening. You're never not rejecting. And we're never not in the state of loss. And so when we combine those four things and recognize that we are each one of those, we get to decide what we're listening to and rejecting, what we're taking in and what we're saying no to, what we decide that we want to give into the loss of, and other things that we don't care if we lose. And so we have to remember we are the stone. And the only thing that makes us a listener or a speaker is not what side's turned up, but what side we're looking at. The lines aren't real. I drew them. I drew the lines. And so, when I want to know, is the stone speaking or listening? It's just a matter of me, realizing that it's neither. The fact that I think it's speaking or listening is really me, because don't forget, when I look at it and I come to the truth that I am it, suddenly it begins to talk. Until then, it's not. I have to listen to it in order for it to speak. I have to give it attention, and now I have, and now it's speaking. And what's it saying? Listen. And that's a fun little kind of circular exercise that I like to do with people with respect to listening and speaking, and recognizing that you're both, and kind of going through that oppositeness. That oppositeness in the thinking is a sort of a training tool. I don't expect you to understand what I just said, but what is going to happen, some of you did, is that it's going to subconsciously integrate. And you're going to begin to see and understand that as it emerges in your life. And suddenly this puzzle piece is going to be handed to you by your mind. And it's going to become clear what this means. And, you know, again, if I felt confident that I was going to be able to actually illustrate this visually, due to this hiccuping, I'm not going to do that. Then it's very, very clear. But it's I don't want to damage the integrity of the message. And also, again, if telling the punchline to a joke ruins the joke. And this is so important that I would delete the video and start over in order that no one ever saw it again, so that I could use this because it's that profound. But again, the idea that we're talking about here is that not speaking is still speaking, not listening is still listening. So what should we do when we are in a state of listening to not speaking? Just continue listening. Okay, well, that means that you're in the sanctum. Then do nothing. What do? Absolutely nothing. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna be frank for a moment with everybody here, and that I'm just having a little anxiety about this this stream's hiccuping. And so I'm just going to sit back and kind of let it. I'm going to go into it and, you know, let it be real. It is. It's a. I'm having some emotional frustration over the fact that I wanted to just. There's several things that now I'm realizing I'm not going to be able to do tonight, and it's like, okay, where do I go? And so I'm just going to kind of release that and just banter for a minute to, you know, and then we'll go to a different subject that doesn't require visualization, and I'll just be able to, lecture. I'll go back and forth in the stream here and go from there. So. I think it's very important for anybody who feels like they have a connection to truth to go through the process of developing an oracle. Bree, it's kind of both, right? I mean, it's sort of both. It depends upon what lens you're using. Because, okay, if we come to the realization, every two has a third. So let's talk about what that means, right? There's you, the Brianna, who's a real thing. And then there's the universe. And you are everything. You're every person, you're everything, you're every thought, you're every dream, you're every possibility, probability, all at the same time. And the thing that you identify with is what you think you are. So we know that. So let's go there for that, right? Well, yeah, that's... But there is this other, right? And you mentioned this word other, and what the other is the third. So there is this idea that you are a separate entity. You're a point of infinite smallness against a universe of infinite bigness, and those are two things. But there's also the truth, which is that there's that middle point, and in that middle point is the other, which is not the universe, and it's not the infinite. It's an individual that is the polar opposite. And that doesn't mean you're different in every way. It means polarity-wise. You're one battery with two contacts, and one of them is a positive and one of them is a negative. But you're one battery. And that's what the other is, okay? And that does manifest itself just through the normal dance of how physics works and how reality works and how things manifest. Polarity, charge, electrical, all these things manifest in polarity and gender. And so there is the idea that you are alone always. And there's the idea that you are also connected to everything, and so you are speaking to yourself. When you take in light, that's your voice in light. When you hear anything outside of your thoughts, that's your voice speaking to you in sound. Your thoughts are your voice speaking to you in thought form. And so we have that as well. And then there's this third idea, which is that there is another. There is a soulmate, is a term that people use. Soulmate is, I think, a little limiting because there's different kinds of connections that are very profound and real and transcend time and space. Shoo. Okay, everybody should read the chat right there. And so it comes down to deciding kind of which one you are and which one you are putting attention toward. That polarity other is this beautiful idea that we get to experience the universe as an individual and recognize that everything I'm taking in is a little piece of me. But it also, we were given this ability, and we were actually, it's why we're here, to reenact it with another person. We're meant to find another person that is in that same place and to reenact, to exercise this act, the act of creation, the act of listening and speaking. And then the way that I've described it in prior streams is the idea that it's actually a much more beautiful than that. It's that you put yourself in a state of listening with the intent of knowing that you are going to give in completely to the other, and the other is going to do the same thing. Put themselves in a position of listening with the intent of knowing they're going to receive the other completely, and then swap lenses. So the person that's supposed to be the receiver is now giving. The person that's supposed to be the giver is now receiving. And what does that mean? That means the masculine energy becomes a cup. And the feminine energy becomes the wand, and she becomes the one that gives, that fuels, and he becomes the one to receive. And what happens in that exchange is that it becomes constant, because the natural state of the woman is to receive. And how does she do that? She gives by receiving. That is how the act of bestowal by the feminine happens. Women in the divine bestow through the act of reception. Masculine in the divine receive through the act of bestowal. And if you allow that to take place, the energy becomes infinite, and it's a permanent conversation. It just stays. There's no energy needed to be added. The battery doesn't run out. The conversation never gets dull. Basically, it's a constant flow at that point. And the reason that happens is that both are open to swapping their role and recognizing that by giving in completely to the feminine is not weak. It's the opposite. It's because she recognizes the power of your masculinity and wants that. And she literally takes it, and it becomes part of her. And she takes on the wand. And in that act, he becomes the divine cup. She fills him. You swap. And it goes back and forth, and it's just the act of love. And that is a real conversation that takes place between each one of these parts we talk about. The mind does it, the heart does it, the body does it, and the spirit does it. And now, the thing that makes that conversation flow is the proper usage of who's talking to what. Two swords clang, they don't talk. Two people speaking over each other won't work. One person speaks, the other person listens with the heart while speaking back with what they're hearing. I speak with my mouth, you hear it in the heart, and speak with your heart, I hear it with my mouth. You understand? And then we do this. And this is happening at the same time, right? We have an image for that. We have a few images for that. This is one beautiful image for that. Notice one of them is a triangle pointed down, pouring heart downward, and the other one is a cup to receive that. And so they're counter-rotating, one giving, one receiving. It's a beautiful image, and it's just one thing doing both at the same time. Obviously, a more profound version of that would be the Tao. This idea of this one circle that's counter-rotating, each one containing a piece of the other. And that's exactly what we're looking at here. What you're looking at in the symbol of this rotation is the conversation, the consummation, the union, and the recognition that each contains the other always. It's not just a black and white spinning into each other. Each one contains a small piece of the other. And so that's the idea of the other compared to the other, right? Because there's two different kinds of other. And that relationship is very powerful because it transcends time and space, which means that it transcends death. Your other, to everybody here who's listening to me right now, Your other transcends time and space, and even if they haven't even been born yet, they can hear and feel you. Even if they've already passed, you can speak to them now while you're still here. You don't have to wait to die to get there to talk to them. You have the conversation the same way I just spoke, and you're able to go back. Thank you for interacting. Of course. I usually listen, and then, because I'm usually nonverbal around even the company I'm around, very minimal words exchanged for personal reasons, I tend to keep to myself. I talk to myself with my I used to joke that talking to yourself is the only way to get good conversation. And then I realized that that's the most profound secret that, I didn't know I spoke at the time, which is that the only way to get good conversation is to speak to yourself. Yep. And, words, what is that? That's a concept. A song lyric is a word. The right picture at the right time is a word. Right? A bead is a word. Actually, a bead is a lot more than a word, right? I showed that yesterday. 2 beads is like 7 tarot cards. 2 beads. You get 2 majors. You get 6 small cards off of those. Then you get 3 more small cards off the deacon. Plus you get the 4 quartz, 2 more quartz. It's really quite the spread from 2 beads. And some serious learning can take place, right? It's not a joke. Serious learning. So that's the gist, right? That's the idea here. And so words are just a concept to describe a unit of communication, right? A unit. It's like a word, a phrase, a letter, a tone, a piece of meaning that you want to communicate, that you decided to use a visual medium as opposed to an auditory medium or an emotional one. Like, I don't know who was present here yesterday for that I Ching reading that I did, where I asked the room to give me energy. I asked the room to love me and I would love them back, and that I was going to be open to recognizing the truth, because I know it. And to get it back, and I started feeling it. I feel something now. Someone's playing with me. And I started to feel it, and it was pretty great. We can do that. It fills us up. It makes us feel good. It makes us feel powerful. And because that's where we get our power from. Guess what? Alone, you're nothing. We need power. And if you're feeling empowered, recognize that you owe somebody for that. And actually you don't, because it's an exchange. Like, it was a freely given thing on both ends, but it's half yours. Right? We got to look out and thank the rest of the world for filling us up when we're empty. And be open to giving when we have to, right? Okay, Luana, I see it as both have to be working together at the same time in order to have the opportunity of an equal give and take, to be in a state of an even flow back and forth continuously. Of course, take it from me, Luana. When you find this place and you are in this eager state to want to share that, is when the loneliness starts. Of not finding people that are there, and so it instead turns into you trying to be heard, knowing you won't. But then you have to kind of be okay with that, right? Because the fact is that once you do find another person who's literally there, that it's not a question that they've gone there, but you know it, all this opportunity comes up that can't be realized otherwise. This opportunity is so holy and precious because it cannot be realized any other way. And so if you're fortunate enough, and I mean that, how many people have talked in their lives? I may live and die and never know true love. Most don't. Like, right? Isn't it sad? But imagine how rare this is. Not only is it hard enough to find somebody that's true enough to do right by you and to actually want to give more than they receive, knowing that you're going to do the same and you can have a good relationship. Just a loving, giving kind of reciprocity. But instead, what you can do is just to recognize that there is this truth, and if you both know that, then you get to do this, and it actually raise energy, and it actually kind of move mountains. It creates an energy that's utilized in the world, that's palpable, that is shareable, that is literally the fuel that creates meaning. So it's kind of it's the thing we're here to do. We're here to know who we are, then we're here to realize everything else is also us, and then we're here to find the other to share it with, and then experience it for the rest of our lives in totality, in every way possible, and not miss a single drop of it, and to make the work done. That's it. And so that circumstance last night was powerful, and we should all learn from that. This fact that you can recognize that we're the same and fill each other up, and then give it back, and it's just like I don't even know. I watched it, but I don't even know if you could tell from what you saw how profound that was for me. What that actually felt like. Unless there's people here who shared it, which again, I don't know. I kind of put it out. Did anybody else feel that? But I want to reiterate. Did anybody else feel that last night when I was doing the I Ching, and prior to pulling the card, prior to throwing the coins, I wanted to generate energy, and I put out to the room that I get that, and I did. Who else felt that, and to what degree? Like, what was your experience with that? Because that was so intense. I can't even tell you. Sure how long my delay is. Okay, good. That was awesome. Okay, so you were there. You did experience it. Yeah, it was powerful. I mean, I legitimately began to sweat right away. Like I started sweating on my face. I started sweating on my chest, my back. Awesome. Great. So then, yeah, many people felt that. That's great. That's cool. And each one of you became like a battery for that process, right? It's kind of like what we're looking at here. Like 4 cups pouring into one spirit. And that was intense, right? And it was empowering. And it, like, legitimately, I felt you guys. I felt it, and then I had to kind of stop. I had to say stop. My favorite words to say are too much. And so it was like, cool, this is really working, right? And then go, right? Cool. That's awesome. But now we have to remember what that was for. The charging of that battery was toward a specific work, and that work was to put out this empty cup to receive truth toward a specific question, and we got the answers that were very specific. Look here, go there, do this, and it's good, strong. And we can do that to all of these areas. I've talked about them separately with respect to intuition. We hear with our heart, right? And then we look later with our mind. We have the body and how the body talks and reacts. We have the spirit or the soul and how the soul reacts. The mind, so forth, the heart. And so when you spoke to me yesterday, and I heard you all, and you almost burst my cup with your love, you were speaking to my heart. That's what happened. And then I spoke it back. Okay? I did. And it was immediately energizing. Like I was completely empty, drained, exhausted, dizzy. Like right now, my eyes are kind of heavy. I don't know if you can see. Like my eyes are heavy. I was like awake, like bing. I love that feeling, and I know it. I've gotten that feeling many times in my life, and I love that feeling. But yesterday was different. It was kind of like it was almost too much. Found in translation. Yeah, I think I'm going to steal that and use it. I don't know. Am I allowed? Can I have it? I'll give back, I promise. So, okay, I feel better. I'm over my little rant about the fact that I'm upset that I can't spin my rock on my video. But spinning my rock on this video is going to, alleviate the fear of death. And so I consider it important. I mean, I guess I should just speak it, because the fact is that there's people that are probably close enough to recognize what I'm going to talk about to just get it out there. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to step away, heat my coffee, come back, and regardless of whatever nonsense, I'm just going to speak it. Because I want to move on. And what this story allowed me to do is to do exactly that. And like I've mentioned here on the stream before, some pain can't be healed. And when you know that, we got to do something else. Healing isn't possible, right? Spin it anyway. Amen, sister. Amen. So, all right, listen, real quick. Tinamera, I got your Facebook. Obviously, I replied to it, right? I got you on Messenger, so we're good. We're hooked up on Messenger, but that's through your tarot account. So then you said, oh, well, it's better that I use the Facebook one. That's cool, but I don't use Facebook. My Facebook is private and weird, and I have like half-naked pictures and stuff up there. Like, I don't even have my daughters on there. I don't do that. So, however, I'm happy to connect with you on Messenger with that other account, but you locked it down, so I can't do that. So you tell me. I will speak to you in any way that's comfortable for you, but you got to let me know how to do that, right? And now, if you don't know that that's happening, your Facebook account is locked up, so I can't request you as a friend in Messenger, okay? And if you don't know that's the case, then it is. And if you do, then let me know how to reach out, and I will do it. Because you're awesome, and I love your energy, and I want you on my channel, and I want us doing things together. And I am absolutely, totally intrigued to speak to you about making oracles, because I do that too. And I didn't, I don't put it out that I'm an oracle maker. I just kind of show them the stuff that I make on the channel, or talk about the techniques I've used over the years. But this little Bama Jamma came out gorgeous. And I put this together many times over the past several decades with different beads and different things, and these glass, the penta beads that you see in the jars or in the vases. But the beauty of it, and the fact that I happen to have some extra bells in a little craft project. I had bought a bunch of stuff and I had extra bells and things. And so the fact that the water rings and is pretty. And so thought, just from your perspective, you just implied that we're not friends, and so that's cool. But I'm curious from your perspective as an oracle maker, what your thoughts are about how I've explained it to be used. And I'm going to go through one more usage of it, and it's kind of for you and people like you that read cards to sink in. Oh wow, that's a clever technique, and maybe we can use that as an oracle for people. So I would love to talk to you about that and how it's utilized. And maybe use you as a guinea pig of someone who's an experienced intuitive reader that makes oracles, that's being introduced to somebody else's personal oracle, and how do they approach to it, so we can do that as well. And then you could read with mine and I'll read with yours. How cool would that be? If you're open to doing that, let me know. But in the meantime, make me your friend so we can talk on Messenger, lady. Don't make me start throwing F-bombs. You want to have an F-bomb fight? I'm an Italian from Brooklyn. You're done. Forget about it. So seriously though, so I'm here and I want to talk and I want to make that happen, and let's do that, right? Yeah, I'm not adding you as a friend on Facebook. I'm half naked. It's not happening. And I can't remove the picture because it's from my Jimmy. You're gonna have to fight Jimmy. If Jimmy says it's okay for me to take that picture down, I'll make you friends on Facebook. That's for very special people. Nobody's on my Facebook. Nobody. I have fewer friends on Facebook than I have on YouTube. I think it's like 50, 60. Are you really Canadian? All right, then we can be friends. All right, just I'll prove it. I didn't know that. Cool. I did a lot of work with Canada. originally I was a consultant for a software company years ago, and it was a telecommunications company that worked with a lot of distributors. It was kind of a complicated install. And so we couldn't just resell it to geeks, like it had to go to actual organizations with a support system and and so forth. It was a very large enterprise server solution company. And so my job was to work with Canada. And no, I originally started working with French Canada, the East. And so I began learning some basic French and doing business. And then I bumped into somebody there that had an office in Alberta, which was nice to kind of get away with the French side. It's not my mouth doesn't like those shapes, although I do speak it. Bonjour, bonjour. Je bonbon. Je suis à toi. Prends-moi. So in the meantime, though, I said, all right, this isn't going to work. So let's do West Coast. And I had the most amazing connections in working with Western Canada. One of my mentors, I don't know if he ever knew he was, but he was. Billy Bob, I'm talking about you, was a very prominent individual in the tech sector in Canada with respect to Apple. And a lot of work in Calgary, and a lot of tech going on in that area. There's a lot of money in Calgary. So you get the gist. But how cool is that? I didn't know that you were in Canada. That's cool. That's awesome. So that's all. I don't know. I'm sorry. That my heart just skipped a beat. Give me a sec. So what was I saying? I'm actually completely blank right now. It says you sent a message to me personally. Okay, I'll check it out later. Yeah, it's not going to be till tomorrow because I'm not even going to be thinking until 5 o'clock this morning, and then I have some stuff going on until about 8, and then tomorrow's a crazy day. We're finishing up decorating for the Halloween party. So right across the bridge from Detroit. Oh, cool. So that puts you in. Are you Saskatchewan? Where are you? Ontario. Okay, cool. Awesome. Yeah, I go all the way back to, who was that guy that was running for office in Calgary? He's a funny dude. King Ralph. Remember King Ralph? You're old enough to remember King Ralph. I mean, you can't forget that Alberta is just, it's oil money. It's funny because I tend to consider Canada to be a very progressive country, and certainly it is. It's kind of like everything America wishes it was, but we can't be because we're not nearly small enough. We're too big and we're too, crazy. And you guys just have it right, But I don't know, it's funny, there's these little like pockets of like ultra high money conservative oil, and so it's weird. But also, you know what else you got out of Alberta, Calgary? Nathan Fillion. I mean, if anyone here doesn't realize that Canada gave us Nathan Fillion, and we have we really have to be grateful and thankful to what you've given us. I mean, come on. Any brown coats in the room? Love that stuff. But yeah, I mean, come on, man. It's Captain Tight Pants. And it turns out too, anyone who knows that whole genre, that he's really a genuinely awesome human being. Nathan Fillion is just a great person. Cool. Yeah, is America male? No. It's pretending to be. It's pretending to be, and it's failing at it. We just gotta give in to our divine feminine. Like, it's cool. Like, people talk about that all the time. Like, how do you go on internet, or it was years ago when I was lecturing, when it was in person. You know, how do you get in front of a room of 50, 100 people and talk to them about their divine feminine? Don't you feel weird about that? Like, I mean, and I'm like, no, that makes no sense. What I'm talking about is receiving my love interest 100% completely. Not many men can say that they're able to do that. And what then the side effect of that is completely blowing each other's minds. And so I feel pretty good about that. Like, I don't have any problem about giving in to my divine feminine when that means that I'm going to consume you and be consumed by you. I'll call myself whatever you like. It's not about the word. It's about the concept of being able to be open to being received, which is what a man is meant to do, right? We're meant to be received. But then we don't know what it's like to receive, but we do if you let it happen. And for the men out here who haven't experienced that, call this number and we'll have a conversation. And that evening will be the best night of your life, because you're going to actually make love as yourself for the first time, free from hang up. And you're going to activate your divine feminine, buddy. And it ain't what you think. So really. Most of your friends are American? Really? That's because you swear a lot. And Canadians don't like people who swear. That's awesome. I'm going to go ahead and show that. Yeah, that's great. I don't know why that... Well, I guess because you said ass, but whatever. That's a silly word. Do we really block the word ass? But yeah, that said, though, I'm going to kind of get myself centered here and then step away. And then I'm going to come back. And we're going to speak about dying. We're all going to do it. So, yeah, I shall be back in the speed of Carrig. You know what's really funny? A lot of people used to do this thing where they would say that they would, you know, leave an empty chair in the room during a conference call to invite spirit into the room, right? And so what you're saying is so true. But you're saying it a little different, which is basically like, you know, you may leave an empty chair for another person to come in because it's a room full of spirits, which is so beautiful. What a thought, right? Because isn't that what it is? I love that. Found in translation. That's just, yes. Wow. So, I've said something here on the channel many, many times, and I'm going to say it many more, which is die daily. Within the language of the tarot, there's this idea of the tower, of the hermit, of the darkness, and the opportunity that comes from that. There's an idea that there's parts of us that have developed over time, it's natural, to sort of cope with our world, to experience this life in a way that we think we can avoid suffering. And we develop traits in order to facilitate that. Those traits can be, in my case, communication. You know, I tried to fit in everywhere. I tried to be friends with everyone. You know, I was a small kid, and I was poor, and I had very low self-esteem. All these, you know, like all of us, right? We have our things that we deal with, and ways that we cope with that. And so, you know, some of the things that I developed over time were these different personality quirks that wound up turning into very deep-rooted, actual archetypes of my personality that I created and cultivated and sculpted and polished. Some of them are very useful to me, and they give me almost like a superpower. They work. And some of them don't, and they held me back for a long time. And so we go through this work of what I say I call dying daily. I stole the term from Aleister Crowley. And what he's referring to is the idea that what we have to recognize, and he doesn't speak this openly, he speaks it in secret, but I'm going to speak it openly. Here's the secret. It's the idea that the holy guardian angel is ourselves. And that's our true voice trying to speak to us, but we don't hear it because it's drowned out by the ego, it's drowned out by the world, it's drowned out by us, who thinks that we're the one talking when it's the ego. This is my ego speaking because I don't have a choice but to use it to speak, because it's the one that has the voice that uses the throat. The throat is powered by the ego. And so, however, the reason that I'm speaking so authentically that you can ring that truth and know that I'm not lying to you and it's not my ego lying is that I own my ego. It took me a while to do that. You don't destroy it. You can't. And if you try to do that, you can wind up with mental illness. You can wind up with like a severe kind of attachment to demonic forces when you realize that those don't exist. Those are little pieces of you that you pretended are separate, and so that you're giving power to willy-nilly. It's like handing a gun to a child to recognize that that spirit is separate. It's not separate. It's a piece of you. Let it in and own it, and now you control it. Now it's your tool. And so that's that same concept of recognizing that truth. And we can begin to explore those parts of ourselves and say which one is real and which one isn't, which one is useful and which one isn't. Because when we go through this shedding, this willful journey into the darkness, the work that takes place there is so profound that we should all strive to do it. And so what we do is we walk in there, and then we recognize that we can't see anything. There's no truth in here. There's no lies in here. There's no nothing in here. And it's scary. And it's... But then we realize, you know what? I'm not in any danger. I don't feel scared anymore. It's just kind of dark. It's sort of not warm, but not cold. All right, I don't feel so bad. Well, let's hang out in here for a minute. It's okay. Let's just hang out. And then suddenly, because you're in a place where you're not afraid anymore, that little light starts to glimmer. You see, because when you're out in the sun, in the normal world, you see everything. The sun casts without regard. It doesn't care who it lights on, it just gives freely. And so unfortunately, though, the side effect of that is that we are inundated with truth and lies in equal proportion. And it's very difficult for us to make the decision on what we're looking at. But in the darkness, you see nothing. And so you are free from that decision. And when you recognize that you're free from that light begins to come on, your light. Not the light of the world that you've been reflecting, but your own light being cast. Now that's special, because what happens is that as soon as that begins to glimmer and you recognize it, the light's on. The darkness is gone, and you recognize that that light is now the thing that's igniting the world. And it will dawn on you at that moment that from now on, everything you see is your voice in color and light. Everything you hear is your voice in sound. And it has always been that way. And then you walk out. It's beautiful. And where do you walk out into? The place you started. You never actually moved. You never actually moved. You never went in anywhere or left anywhere. You are the stone. You were walking around thinking you were hearing people talk, and then you were talking back. And then you were listening to somebody who had something to say to you, and you were being a good person to them, and you were doing what you were willing to do, and eager to. I just saw the word willing on the chat. Eager to do, and then same thing. You start speaking again, and then you realize that's not the case. You're kind of doing both, just depending upon which side you're looking at. All right, I guess I'm listening. All right, I'm talking. I'm listening. No, it's nothing changed. The stone does not move. Now, the really important thing to remember here is that that's us always. We are just being. We're born. We live. We die. What changed? Just my perspective. The stone never changed. Through that whole thing, it's the same stone. So just to be clear, I drew the lines. And so when you're facing something like a loss, and I know we've all done that. We've all faced a loss, right? Okay. Some of us a lot, right? I'm sure there's people here that have been seriously had a lot of loss in the past several years. And maybe we can consider what we lost. Some very special people in my life that aren't here anymore, and I speak to them, and they hear me, and I miss them. I miss being able to touch them. I do. My body misses them. My body misses them. I like to hear their voice in my ears. I like to feel their touch on my skin. I like to smell them. I like to, experience them physically, and I can't ever again. But that doesn't mean I can't know two very important things. The first thing is that they are me, and we both occupy the same space. We're never apart, and that means that I can hear them because they're speaking right now, always. And I can know that when I speak, they hear me. And it's real. It's not that's not a psychological experience. That's not an internal mystical experience. It's actual. It's empirical. Listen. That's their voice. And you have to hear it with the heart. And you have to invite them. And know the truth why you're doing it. And what is that truth? That one day they were born and then they died. And neither of those things happened. What happened is you went from here to there, You did. Your perspective of them changed. They went nowhere. And that's the same for you. It's natural and it's normal to fear the loss of something that we hold dear, whether it's an identity or a personality, a person in our lives that we love that we think might not be there, or ourselves for the unfortunate truth that we're all going to have to face at some point, that we might not be here as long as we want to be. And now, how do we cope with that? How do we recognize that that's okay? Because we recognize that we are the stone, and right now we're this, and we're afraid of becoming that. But it turns out when we are that, all we have to do is just peek underneath and realize, wait a minute, I am still, oh, wait, nothing changed. You may think that this is them, but they're still there. And you will be too. So when you're afraid of what's gonna come, remember that nothing. And when you decide that it's time to erase those lines, is when it's time to move on, and the stone will stay unchanged, as it always has, and always will. And you know, what is that stone? It is the product of love. It's the product of you recognizing yourself in the world and saying I love you and being heard. It's the idea of recognizing the other and then seeing yourself in them and then telling them, I hear you. This is the product of that. This is what's born from that conversation. I speak words, you hear them. That's not a conversation. I feel something that I want to share, and I speak that feeling from my heart, and you hear that, and it makes you feel. And you're so moved that you want to make sure that I know that you felt that. And so you give that energy right back. You sacrifice it. It feels so good. You want to hold it and keep it. But you go, no, I have to give it back so that he knows that I had it. I have to. He has to know. And so you willfully empty the cup and give it back. And it hits all at once. And it's obvious. It's physical. It's spiritual. It's emotional. It's mental. All at the same time. And that's how you know it's real. That is a conversation. That is love. That's love. Anything short is profane. And that is not a physical activity. That is not a mental activity. It's all four at the same time. And if you focus on one, you miss the other three, and it doesn't happen. And so it's best to happen at first apart. And then introduce each successive in time. Start with the hearts and just feel each other. I've been doing it here for since I started the stream. Just feel each other. Kind of get a little vibe for people. Right? And then move on. Move into mind. Okay, we have a connection here. Can we speak the same language? And then once you're in the mind, you can now entertain some ideas. Take a look at, well, I happen to be pretty savvy at tarot. Well, what about you? Well, I'm pretty savvy at I Ching. Okay, cool. Well, let's talk about how they connect. I'm a painter. Oh, really? Well, I'm a musician. Okay, well, great. Well, what does my painting sound like? If we take the red and turn it into a C on the piano, right? There's lots of different conversations that can take place. And we have to be open to them all. And then we move into, say, the body. And there's a lot of ways to communicate with the body. One of the ways that I love to communicate with the body is through relief of pain. We all have it. I did a little exercise with somebody today where we pinched ourselves, right? For the idea of going into that pain And this was the exercise. I'll do it here with you. So pick a spot on your body. I did my arm here, but whatever. It's something that you want to be able to just quickly just grab, and whatever the case. And so what we're going to do, just to be clear, we're going to be willfully causing ourselves a little bit of discomfort on purpose for a reason. Okay, and so if you want to watch me do it first, so you know what to expect, that's fine. And if you want to do it with me, then here you go. So what we're going to do is just put our arm out. And I'm going to pinch my arm kind of hard. I want to feel it. I don't want to injure myself. I don't want to bleed or bruise. That's not the point of what I'm trying to do here, but I want to feel it. And now what I'm going to be doing is once I pinch my arm is that I'm going to willfully pay attention to that sensation that I'm creating. That's awesome. Eckhart Tolle talks about moving into body parts and moving into emotions, and I've done that kind of thing as well with people with respect to guided meditation through their whole system, starting with the physical and so forth, and then we wind up at the crown. Similar idea. So what we're going to do is we're going to pinch a spot kind of hard, and we're going to watch the pain, look at it, and then we're then going to well, I'll take you there. But so I'm going to take my arm here and I'm going to find a little spot and I'm going to pinch hard. And in her, it's not comfortable. It's not like, ow, but it's not comfortable, right? I prefer that this was gone. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to close my eyes and I'm going to feel the pain. I'm not paying attention to the voice. I'm not paying attention to the music or the people in the room. I'm not paying attention to anything else. I'm just that spot that I'm pinching. Start asking questions. Does it feel big or little? Did you grab a big chunk of skin or a small chunk? I grabbed a small little pinch. Is it sharp or is it dull? It's kind of sharp. It stings. I can kind of feel some of the hair in my arm being tugged also. It feels warm. And now what you're going to want to do is to recognize that you're the observer of that pain. You're watching it and feeling it, but you're also the body that's hurting. The body that's hurting is also you. And now feel it from the perspective of the body. So you're not watching the pain anymore. You're kind of going into it. And you want to feel the pain from the perspective of the arm, like go into it, know it, become the pain because you are it. It's a part of you. You are the body too. So instead of observing it, observe yourself, and you'll see that it kind of stops hurting because you're looking at it from a different perspective. And now finally recognize that you are the actual pain itself. So you're not just the observer of it. You're not just the body that's hurting, but you are the sensation. And ultimately, the one truth is that that's all you are, is the sensation. And so now recognize that. Now we're going to let go. And now what we have is a memory of that feeling. We can go back to it. It gives us the ability to say, I forgot the truth. And I hate it when I forget, and I wish I had a sign, a marker, some way to remember this truth. You can remember that sensation. It's real, it's physical, you remember it. It kind of like stings or itches. Everyone has their own sensation about what it felt like. But the fact is you can get back there. So you find yourself in a moment where you're having some anxiety or you're having some whatever the case may be, and you need to kind of get out of that place. Step away from what you're doing. Give yourself a moment to kind of gather and then go into that pain. Remember it. You don't have to pinch yourself again because the memory is enough. And you can just remember that spot and feel that spot on your arm activate. You're going to be thinking, feeling, talking, listening through your body, not your mind. So actually physically feel the vibration on your arm or whatever spot you pinched. And kind of turn your attention to that spot. Did it start to itch? Do you feel the awareness kind of the area? the kind of aliveness of the spot. What that little silly technique of pinching does is allows you to have that coordinate in your brain that you can go back to, that you can reference and say, oh yeah, I remember that, and now let me activate that sensation on my body. And you will, and the point is to feel it on the tip, the surface of the skin. This is not you remembering, it's you feeling it now, like allowing the skin to remember it. The body remembers it. And when that comes up and you feel that sensation, it's real. That's a real sensation, the kind of itch or the little, the soreness of the spot, whatever it happens to be. And so the aliveness returns. And that's a very powerful technique for being able to go into your body when you need to very quickly. You'll hear a lot of people say those words when they talk about healing, or these things, self-help, self-work, self-love, these things, as they talk about go into your body. That's cool, but can you keep going and tell me how? I would love to go into my body, but that sort of sounds like an impossible. That's like seeing the back of my head through my eyes, right? Go into my body. But no, that's how you do it. What you do is you identify a sensation, which is a manifestation of the body, and you pay attention to the sensation. Because what have we talked about on the channel here? That you are what you put your attention toward. You are the thing that you're looking at. Stop looking at me like that. But you are what you look at, what you pay attention to, what you see. And so if you're seeing the pinch, you become it. You're in your body. You're out of your mind. You're out of your heart. You're out of your spirit. You're in your body. And that's what we want to do. Some sensations are better than others, right? This was just an exercise, and it's a good way to get back to a sting. It's a small spot you could easily remember, and it's just like, okay, well, I want to go back to this sensation. Anybody who's had a major injury, that helps. When I was a little kid, I was small, and as a way to kind of build my confidence and put me in a state of not getting beat up every day, I started to learn Taekwondo. Little 6-year-old me. And during that time, I was pretty gung-ho. I was naturally a flexible kid, and, I was short, which meant I was low to the ground, which meant I had good balance. I had good center of gravity. I was hard to move. I was fast. And I was hard to hit because I was small and just had to kind of back up, and then people were just chasing me until I would get the point and move on. At least on the competition stuff. But in the meantime, though, I kind of went a little too hard, too young, and I hurt myself. And I wound up giving myself a hernia and required surgery. Now, I was very young, 6 years old-ish, I think, when I had the surgery. It was a basic hernia operation. It was no big deal. But something happened. I was lying in bed, and I was bored. I was at the hospital for like days alone. Like my parents didn't come or anything, and like the nurses, they kind of stopped checking up on me and stuff. So I was like quiet in this room alone, and it was like dark. It was that night. I was bored, and so I decided to get out of bed, right? And so I'm in bed, and they have the bars up. If you're a child, I guess that you automatically have these bars they put up, and that's not going to keep me in, please. And so I decide I'm going to get out of the bed. So I pull out my IV. And I pull off all the stuff, and I go to climb over the thing, and I put my one leg over, and as I'm shimmying to get over the bar, I rip my stitch open, wide open, and it's down in the groin area, like above your pelvic area, right below the abdomen is where that spot is. So anyway, yeah. That happened. 6 years old, just ripped open a surgery wound that was beginning to heal, and it was bleeding, and it was horribly painful. And I'm walking through the hospital now. I get down, and I'm holding this thing, and I'm walking through this hospital, and I'm looking for nurses. There are none, right? There. And this was in 80, 81, somewhere in that range, right? And so I finally come across the nurses' break room. and they're all sitting around a table smoking cigarettes. That doesn't date it, right? This was a hospital, and they were all smoking cigarettes. And they're all just, like doing their thing, which they have a right to do. No one works harder in the world. Doctors are heroes. Okay, nurses are fucking superheroes. So, but that said, they were kind of chilling out, doing their thing, and then I come in, I walk, and one of them meets eyes with me, and I'm doing one of these, and then the blood showed, like she noticed the blood, and it was this like kind of reaction, and they all jumped, and I was fine, and I have a scar, but it's not bad, and but it was my fault for opening that scar up. Although I didn't realize it after the fact, right? But that is a pain that I will be able to go back to for the rest of my life, and it is an instant recollection, and I'm immediately in my body. And now the thing is that I don't feel it, but it's a memory of the spot, and I can feel the tingle and the sensation in that area, the aliveness. And that's the thing we're looking to revisit, to invite back, in order that we can kind of slip out of our brain for long enough to slip into our body for long enough to know that separateness, to allow for that separateness between the mind and the body. And then we can move into the heart, which we talked about a little bit, and we kind of felt here a little bit, and then we can move into the soul, the spirit. And when we begin to move into the spirit phase is when we move into some serious mojo, because now we're getting into like destiny. We're getting into the idea of recognizing energies in people that you thought were good, that's very dark. Or energies in people that you thought which you should avoid, that's angelic. Or yourself, that you think you're some dark thing, and it turns out that you're pretty light, or vice versa. And you have to face your darkness. A lot goes on in that phase. But if you're trying to communicate with that, it's really special. Because that's the only thing actually ever talking. Nothing else is ever talking than your spirit. This is my spirit talking through my mind, through the screen of my ego, bouncing up through my heart to make sure that I'm speaking my truth. And it is coming out as my manifested will vibrating. That's what's happening right now. And so all of them are in unison, doing their thing separately. The roles are separate. The product is, and the goal is singular. And so real communication can take place. And if my goal is to speak to another soul, it's that easy. Enroll the will in determining what it is that you want to communicate. I'm going to do it right now. I want to communicate the insane level of grace that I feel for everybody that's here. I feel really lucky and fortunate that I was given the opportunity to even do this, that anybody cares enough to hear a word I say, let alone 4 hours a night. I feel very grateful that the people who come here that I know love me come to my channel and then follow the nonsense when the stream drops. That break of like my energy of being so strict that I won't even talk to a subject because I wasn't able to, the patience that I am offered by people here that is very special, and the love that I feel that is genuinely real, not the kind that is, I will never know most of you. It's just the reality. I won't have the chance to ever touch your hands or give you a hug, and I'm a hugger, sorry, I am. If I do ever have a chance to meet any of you personally, you will be touched. I'm a toucher. I touch hands, I touch shoulders. I give a kiss on the cheek when I hug. Maybe it's an Italian thing, but you get the idea. But the fact is that we can still communicate, and we have. So let's do it. So I hope you felt what I was saying there, because it's true, and the sensation of being grateful is a weird state of it's not really bestowal or reception. you are speaking about a prior reception and the fact that you are recognizing that it is a gift, recognizing that you don't own it, that it's not yours, that it's not, you're not taking ownership, you're not feeling entitled. You can't fake that sensation of actually feeling grateful. Similar to forgiveness. You can't fake forgiveness. You either feel it or you don't. You either feel grateful or you don't. You either feel grateful or entitled. Like, oh, I had that coming, so why should I be thankful? Oh, you had that coming, did you? Right. Because you invented cows. That's why that burger is yours. You invented wheat. So you can take ownership for that bread, even if you baked it. And, come on, you have nothing to do with that. You eat because God gives us food. And, what does that mean? Because life begets life, and without there being things for us to eat, then there is no life. And so, really, do we own that burger? Or should we stop and be grateful for the fact that that burger exists because it was provided to us by the earth, which gave us the cow, gave the grass for the cow to eat, the air for that cow to breathe, the sunlight to give the grass life so that the cow can eat the grass. It gave that cow a mate so they can make more cows. It gave the cow the process to feed the babies. All of that takes place. And none of that had anything to do with you. Right? And so I recognize that. None of this has anything to do with me. I am nothing without your ears. I am nothing without your empty heart. And yet together, we are complete. Together, I have meaning. And so do you. And that's a form of communication. Me speaking and you listening, nothing's happening. Me speaking, wanting you to hear me so I can be complete in my work, and you hearing that and integrating that information and sending back the love that you're listening. Do you feel it? You don't have to feel it emotionally. It's not an emotional connection. We use the word that cuppy means emotion, sword means mind. These are words. You can feel emotion in your foot, in your head, in your hand. It's a bodily sensation of a recognition. That's what emotion is. The motion of your energy. Energy in motion. Let's catch up on the chat here. Okay, right across from Detroit. Great. Okay. Big brother. Yeah. Okay. Where are we? Found in transfer. I can't. That's so great. I work at Spirits, so if you see me talking, yeah. Mm-hmm. What is a friend? A single soul dwelling in two bodies. That's great. Beautiful. I buy that. You can't shine like a diamond if you're not willing to get cut like a diamond. Wow. Love that. Love, love, love. Love that. So true. I talked about that yesterday too. I want to speak that same thing a different way. Alchemy. You start as you, and you end as gold. It's awesome. But the stuff in the middle is really freaking dangerous. When you're doing the alchemical work, the beginning thing that you are is what you are, what you're born as, what you pretend that you're being through your life, and all these things, right? These characters we make up. But then we decide that we're going to go through the process of distilling, of separating, of combining, of all these things. Sublimating, evaporating, condensing, pick a word from the alchemical dictionary. You're going through it. And then you're left with finally this beautiful thing, this perfected work, which is the unification of the three elements into one soul. That is the combination of two hearts. It's a beautiful idea. And now, the things, though, that come up during that process before the work's complete is pretty volatile and requires a little bit of care, right? And personally, just in our world, that's where we get a lot of these really dangerous chemicals from. Where do you think we get gasoline from? And petroleum-based products and these harsh abrasive chemicals that come from plants. It's during the process that these bad things show up, and then they leave us with something like, right? And so it's that similar idea here, is the idea that this violent act during the alchemical process leaves us with gold. Taking something and allowing it to get to go through the process of cutting allows it to be its perfect form. And only in that method, only in that work can that take place, right? There's no way to transform other than dying. There's no way. It doesn't work. But we can die willfully, daily. I do it. People who have been on the stream here more than twice know that, like, weird, he's kind of different every stream. Sometimes he's like really kind of almost cocky. Sometimes he's so loving and calm. Sometimes he's like funny and silly and like jokes all over the place, because I die daily. And I don't know who I am. I just decide who it's going to be when I decide. And that's okay, because that's what we're all doing anyway, right? And so let's just read Brianna's statement again and just look at the words, right? You can't shine like a diamond if you're not willing to get cut like a diamond. Beautiful. Let's look at my diamond picture. Did I show this yesterday? I don't know if anybody missed this, but when I start a new notebook, what I do is I take ashes from work that I've done, and I rub it on the page, right? And there's a bunch of different stuff in here. There's some ash from herbs. There's ash from incense. There's ash from charcoal. There's ash from wood. There's a bunch of different ashes in here. And what I do is I just drop it on the page and I just rub it around in different directions, kind of intuitively. It's not, I don't do circles, but I pick directions intuitively. I just kind of do it. And then when I look down, you get a vibe for something that's trying to be presented. And I take a pencil, typically my wand. I have a wand pencil that I use for the work here on the stream and for artistic kind of stuff, right? And so I grab my pencil and I just very, very basically stroke a couple of things just to give a little bit of an indication of what I think I'm seeing, right? And so in this particular circumstance, what I wound up seeing was this. First of all, this is drawn in diamond. How beautiful, right? Anybody who wants to experience that, just go get a bag of briquettes, charcoal briquettes. Put it inside of a sock. Bang it with a something hard until it gets, powdery, and drop a little pile on the paper and just like go in a direction that feels right. Just go in whatever direction you're feeling. Grab your finger. Get your finger dirty. And start just rubbing it around in areas, right? And that's where this kind of began to form into a face, with that third eye looking up, right? And then we have this temple that is basically the idea of this is one person's two sides, the divine feminine aspect of that person and the divine masculine that is fueled by the feminine. The idea of the karmic energy that we're talking about here is this idea that the masculine energy, is highly active and powerful and is able to accomplish anything. However, he can only be fueled by the divine feminine, so he has to be willing to give in to the divine feminine in himself. And if he doesn't, he's weak and useless. It's a matter of maybe being physically masculine, but having no emotional foundation, no courage, and so it's all cocky, or a selfish or a toxic manifestation of your physical love, where you have somebody that's sort of just a toxic masculinity from a sexual perspective, where it just becomes pure dominance without there being love. The ways that these manifest are all incorrect when you don't integrate divine feminine. And with this image, ultimately, to me, when I kind of really got a sense of what I was looking at, is that what this is a temple that can't be built without her. And so without her, he's a little thing on the ground. There he is. See him? He's just this little tiny thing looking up at this possibility. Let's actually give him a drop shadow so we can really get the sense that that's a person standing right there. Okay, see him out there looking up? Just looking up, and the light is shining out, giving him this big shadow. But then he integrates her. And now he's up on the mountain, right? He is the mountain. He is the mountain. He's unstoppable. He's unmovable. But only in the presence of the other. And what is the other but the divine feminine? You have to be open to being a cup under the right circumstance to be filled with power. And it's worth it. Because what you're capable of doing at that point is nothing short of everything. Oh, I dropped my flower. Give me a moment here. So you get the idea. And so drawing in diamond is a real thing, and you can do it. I've told the story here before with my daughter Samantha. We were going through an exercise of poetry, right? And I said, let's write a poem. And I told her, poetry doesn't have to rhyme. And sometimes the best poetry doesn't. Right? And so we went through the exercise, and she came back with, I was outside playing and it started to rain. And I was going to go inside, but then I decided to wait for the rainbow. That's exactly what Brianna spoke, right? You can't enjoy the rainbows unless you're willing to stand in the rain and wait for it. Like, really, it's okay. And how beautiful is it when you do that? When the rain stops and you're looking up at this beautiful thing and you're like covered in the dew of the moment and you're looking up at this beautiful light. And now here's the thing, and I've spoken this before. I recommend that you verify this, and so you can know it for sure that I'm not just making this up to be poetic or romantic. Rainbows are unique to the individual looking at it. The nature of a rainbow and how it works is that it is directly proportional in distance to the point that the point of light is coming to strike your eye, and it's bending, and that bounce back. And so anyone else that's looking at that same rainbow does not see the rainbow you see. You have your own rainbow. It literally only exists to you. Nobody else can experience it. And so how beautiful is that? You know how many times it's rained and you didn't see it, and it was there for you to see, and you missed it? Imagine being that rainbow. That's lament. That's rejection. Right? Don't miss that. And it's okay to get wet. It's okay. Well, yeah. But see, shutting off things is not always smart. The fact of the matter is that you can't, and they will come up and manifest later. So what we have to do is to integrate them. Okay, that's what we're talking about. And what does integrate mean? That means we let it in. We don't separate from it. It's the opposite, actually, of sort of, because what that happens is when we let it in, we're not doing anything. It's like the rock. Nothing actually changes. We're recognizing that it's already in us. And so instead of letting it in, what we're doing is owning the fact that it's there. So that when it creeps up, we can push it back down. Meaning that we can say, I'm not going to give you attention. I felt that, and thanks for reminding me, but I'm okay. And then speak to your mom. Because she can hear you. There's no distance between you and your mother right now. There never was, and there never will be. You were born at the beginning of time. You exist at the end of time right now with her. There's no distance. And so that beautiful thing is that right now you have the power to close your eyes and not recollect, but go back to a place mentally, spiritually, and emotionally right now. We're not breaking laws of thermodynamics. Your body's not going anywhere, but that doesn't matter. We need your perception to go, and it can. And there she is. There's my mom. My mother passed away too. I guess it's been about 8 years now. I love you, Mama. She was so pretty. My mother had the blackest hair you ever saw, and her eyes were so bright blue that they hurt to look at. You know, it was one of those people that you couldn't help but stare into her eyes because they were so pretty. That was my mom. My aunt's got it too. That super light white. It's almost gray. It's like, it's almost fearful to look at how pretty it is. It's intimidating, the beauty. And you can go there. You can be there with them now, because you are there with them. The lie is that you think you're not there. You think you're here. Well, you are here, because here we are. But you're also there at the same time. Every two has a third, which means that you're in 3 places at once. Let's call it 4, because you also happen to be right here. And you have always been there. You have never not been inside me. I'm not familiar. Girls Not Gray. I'm not sure. Haiku? Yeah. What a beautiful exercise. You know, any poetry that it comes from a limitation like that is really great. I forget the rhythm. Is it 4/7/4? What's the rhythm? 7/11/7? What's the rhythm of haiku? Who remembers? But you know, it's the limitation that creates the possibility, right? It's pretty awesome. Haiku is great because you know, and it's within the context that makes it, you know, really special. There's something about that context. And when your rainbow finally arrives, don't forget all the energy, time, and sacrifices you had to make to reach your goals and dreams. Sure, own that. That is what you are. You are not the person at the end going, I made it. You are all the shit you went through to get there. You're the shit you went through, not the thing that went through it, right? The thing that went through it is the thing you're going to become. It's awesome. Why are there so many songs about rainbows? What's on the other side? I can't not sing that song. It's unfortunately kind of late here, and so I can't sing, so I'm not going to be able to vibrate or anything else, but it's so beautiful and gentle and true. And it's one of those silly things, too. Who has the songs that, like, they immediately start to well up and kind of like, that's one of them for me. No more than 17, 3 lines, right? Okay, so, it's 575. Okay, 575, thank you. 575, thank you, Bree. So, yeah. I'm doing the math. Okay, I was in love once. No. I fell in love once, but now love is gone from me. I have lost absolutely nothing. I fell in love once, and now a love is gone from me, and I have lost absolutely nothing. Because what do you gain when you lose everything? You gain everything. I have lost everything a lot. I've lost everything a bunch. The cool time to lose everything is when you're trying to. Okay, let's catch up. There's a bunch of text just popped up. And when your rainbow finally arrives. Okay, yeah. 17.5. Not remembering is just Googled it. Okay, it's 5.7.5. Cool. Wow. Thank you, Glenna. I think I'm going to read that out loud. I mean, you took the time to type it. All kidding aside, though, I can use a fill-up moment. Let's go for it. I just wanted to say that I'm grateful and thankful for finding you. That means a lot, because what you don't realize is I was trying to find you also. You are what I'm looking for on the channel, Luana. Somebody that's engaging and intelligent and kind of sits back and is and chimes in when there's a contribution. It's like you're everything I'm looking for. And the 322 is a beautiful accident. I appreciate that. That's all I'm trying to do. Thank you so much for saying that. Thank you, because you're making it happen. This is the reason. So that means a lot. That really does mean a lot. So there's a few little things that I had actually put down on the list today that, with respect to some intuition building techniques. I talked a little bit yesterday about the idea of the shadow and kind of flopping the perspective in silhouettes. And so if you're looking at a silhouette of a person or something else, you can kind of, in your mind, swap whether they're facing you or away from you or what direction they're facing. Because a shadow doesn't imply that. We make that assumption in our minds. And we have the ability to change that, right? To sort of alter the perspective, the direction that we think it's facing, and when we do that continuously as an exercise, what that winds up allowing us to do is to use that faculty elsewhere easier. Right, that's the point. Right? That's why we memorize our times tables. That's why we memorize the tarot suits or whatever that we care about. We memorize our scales. Right, so when we know we're in F sharp, that we know where the minors are. We know where the sharps are. Crowded. Well, that's the funny thing, too. That's an interesting statement, too. Let's just look at the way that came out for a second, because it's funny that you can find somebody and still look for them. And it's in that seeking that all this happens. That's the idea of the unfolding. The unfolding is not finding it and then experiencing it. It's finding it and then seeking it while you have it. And so you stay in a constant state of seeking, so you never stop looking for that person and experiencing every new thing and every nuance, right? That's how I would like to read that. I will never stop looking for you in a private place. That's great. It's really beautiful and kind of moving. Here's the subject I wanted to talk about with respect to intuition. I've done this exercise with a couple of people where it just totally blew up and was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. And I'm sure that there's people here that can have that same experience. And we're going to talk about pennies. And so what you want to do is get yourself 10 pennies and a sheet of paper and a pen and enjoy this exercise. Do it when you got time to be, you don't have someone talking at you and there's no one in your house that's giving you agita, and that you can just sort of sit down and be peaceful and do your thing. And if you have that space, then do this. Grab your 10 pennies. And then what we're going to do is we're going to we're going to write 1 through 10 down on the list. And you're going to predict a coin flip. You're just going to simply go, okay, heads or tails. And now I'm going to do it with you here as an example. Haven't done this in a ton of time, and I have no particular expectation as far as how my accuracy is going to be. The goal is to be at least 50% or better, because the odds are I should be right about half the time. So anything more than that means that I'm kind of onto something, right? And anything more than 60-70% is pretty significant from a mathematical perspective, right? From the perspective of statistical probabilities, for me to be correct 70% of the time is not really possible by guessing. The odds of that are not great, right? So we're going to do that. But now, that's not the point of the work. Because there's another list of numbers that we're going to write next to that. And then we're going to write down the results of that as well. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to take our book, and I'm going to explain this technique for developing your intuition using some pennies. So grab your 10 pennies. I'm going to use this particular piece of wisdom, and we're gonna use that. And so let me get a blank page. Interesting. I have a very weird note down here on one of my pages with a star next to it. It says, "Differs only in the dance that it's performing." It differs only in the dance that it's performing. I'm sure I meant something really profound. I can't wait to figure out what it is and tell everybody. So what we're going to be doing here is just taking our little sheet of paper, and we're just going to go 1, 2, 3. Let's do 10, 6. Okay. I'm going to do another one right here. Now I'm going to be flipping a coin 10 times, and I'm going to be attempting to predict what it's going to be. Maybe I do want to use a coin because I want to flip it, right? And this thing's kind of, if I flip this and it hits my laptop, I have no laptop. This thing is actually pretty heavy. It's a chunk of hard, heavy rock. Listen. Okay, like it's not a joke. It's got mass. So now I have a pewter coin that I use as a pentacle. Or maybe I'll use the one of those wood ones. No, I'll use this one. Let me see how it feels. Okay. All right, good. So the goal here is to attempt to predict 10 coin flips, and then we're going to do something different for the next list and see which one does better. So the first thing I'm going to do, and now before I start anything here, what I'm going to do is do a let everybody know that's participating with me that let go of your expectation. Okay? Let go of what result you think you want. I know I said that you want at least 50%, and that's just math talking. Right? I mean, a random sample, when large enough, should tend toward 50%, and that's just the way it is, as far as guessing. Anything more than that is significant. But let go of that. If you wind up with 100% wrong, that's actually significant, right? That means you got all the answers correct. You just had the opposite thinking. I know you could say that about getting half right too, but still, listen. Let's not mince words. All kidding aside, though, let's do this. And so, don't have an expectation. I don't care if I pass, fail, or otherwise. There is no passing or failing. That's not what we're trying to do here. What we're trying to do is to look at the difference between my ability to predict the coin flip and do what I'm going to do after that. And so, all right, this is what the heads looks like. All right, this is just a pewter coin that was a gift from a friend of mine who we trade coins all the time. I had a nice little well, a couple little coins that we traded, and this is it's just a pewter coin, but I liked it because of this. It has victory on the back, and I use it as a victory pentacle in some of my magical work. That burn there is from me dying daily. I have an incense cup. My magical cup that I use in my working is an incense holder, and I use that to carry the ashes of my burnt self every day in the form of an incense that I burn, as a symbolic representation of the fact that I'm not holding on to who it is that I think that I am. And I use her in that work. And the victory is in the fact that I have overcome the desire to keep myself, and I'm letting it go. And so what I'm going to do is to flip. This is heads. That would be the bust, and tails would be victory. Okay. And so let's begin. So I'm going to start by predicting. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to predict tails. Okay, tails. Okay, all right, we have a tails. So we're going to start with T, and I'm going to give that a check because I was correct. All right, let's go again. I'm feeling heads. I'm feeling heads. Okay, all right, that fell, but that's a heads. All right, that's a heads. Okay, good. So that's an H. Okay. Resist the urge to feel good or bad, right? Resist the urge. Am I doing well? I don't know. There's only 2 of them. If I kept the next 8 wrong, no, that's a 20%. I completely failed. Right? Feeling heads again. Right, we have a tails. Okay. Feeling, let's do it this way. Feeling heads. I'm going to move the microphone apart. You should still be able to hear something, right? I don't know, but you should be able to hear something. But so, heads, let's do heads. Tail. Right away, I actually thought of a chihuahua butt. You know, chihuahuas have those little square, stocky butts with that tail sticking straight up and that little curl? That's what I saw in my head. I saw a chihuahua butt in my head. So I'm going with tails. Tails. Okay, tails. All right, good. 5 more. 5 more. I'm seeing a face. I'm going to go heads. It was a heads. Okay. You get the idea, though, right? I mean, all we're doing is predicting coin tosses, but the fact is, you just write them down and take the answer for what it is. You're going to have great runs. You're going to have bad runs. Sometimes you're going to get all of them wrong. Sometimes you're going to get all of them right. Release yourself from the result. It doesn't matter. You're doing the work alone. There's no one to impress. You're not selling anyone on an idea. Just do the work. All right, 3 more. And there's a reason that we're doing this exercise. It's going to give us an answer. Weird, I'm unsure right now. I'm unsure. All right, I'm going to go with tails based on a certain sensation that I had, but I still feel a little weird and unsure about it, but I'm going to go with tails. I'm going to go with tails. Okay, and we have a tails. We have a tails. Okay. All right. Okay, now. We have... I have a head. I have a head. Okay, and we have a head. Okay. Great. All right. That's not so bad. What am I at right now? Minimum 80. Wow. I never got a grade like that in school. If my daughters are listening, ignore that. I was a genius and I did all my homework. That one was for Rachel. Okay. I'm talking to you, Rue. Let's go heads. I don't know. Rachel's popped in my face. My daughter, Rachel, by the way, has the most beautiful face. I mean, I know everyone thinks that their kids are the prettiest. So but it doesn't hurt to know that I'm the one that's right. So, all right. So one more. Let's go heads. Let's go heads. I'm feeling heads. We'll see what it is. Can I get a 90? Heads. Okay, wow, yes, great. All right, so this is good. This is 1 out of 10. I'll call that a 90%. It's not bad. That is ridiculous when dealing with statistical analysis. This is clearly, I don't know, you ask anyone on number file, they're going to go, yep, it was an accident, and it was. Do not read too much into what you just witnessed. Okay? It's not like I'm some kind of psychic or something. So the idea here is that now what you just witnessed was the intuition. It was not me doing anything more than quieting myself and saying, what do I think is going to come next based on some things, and being open to how I was given that answer. In some cases, the answer was I saw a face or a head. I saw a dog butt. Right, and that told me tails. I saw an energy like a dark globe moving down. Tails. I felt an uplifting kind of energy, and I felt that as heads. Right, so just be open to all of it. That came out better than I thought it would live, but you know why it did? Because I wasn't nervous. I wasn't nervous. This second one is a different thing now. What we're going to be doing here, this, just to be clear, was predicted. Okay. This one is going to be spoken, intended. So now I'm not predicting, I'm telling it what to be. And so the first one is my psychic center. What is the power of my heart and mind talking to find truth and speak it? This is my will and my pentacle. The will to make it physically manifest. And we're going to look at the difference between those two faculties with my particular energy, and we're going to talk about that when we're done. And I just want to be clear with everybody here. I'm doing this for real. I'm in this. So if I fail here, I failed. If I pass here, I pass. Now this is different. You guys have the luxury of, you witnessed me flip the coins, and there's no shenanigans. I can't lie to you about this, right? There's no way for me to lie to you about this. But what I can do is lie to you about this. Or myself, rather. Myself. And so I'm going to speak them all before I put them out so that there's no confusion with you on what I'm choosing to make it. I want it to be, no. Forget I want. I'm telling it what to do. And it's going to listen. And now all I want to do is for it to make or beat 90. That's its job, and it's going to succeed at that. And so what we're doing here is we're looking at the difference between my my mind and heart talking and my body and soul talking. Okay, so this is mind and heart. Okay. This is going to be body, soul. Okay. And what I'm doing is telling it what it's supposed to be. And then rolling it so that it does what I ask. Because I can't make it do anything. Everything is a conscious decision, including that coin landing. I want to see my victory. Show me my victory. Tails. She's beautiful. I love my victory. Every time I look at it, I'm reminded of what she represents. Show me the face, because I want to remember my friend Michael, who gave me this coin. And he's really cool too, because he kept the coin I gave him. I told him a story about a baseball game, and he gave me a baseball card that he had that was very valuable. I still have it, I look at it all the time, and it reminds me of this beautiful time in my life. So I want to see his face. Give me his face. It's going to be a blast. We're looking for heads. Heads. We got tails. It said no to me. I don't know, man. Do we have to talk? Don't say no to me. I'm the one who says no. Okay, so let's try it again. Maybe I insulted you and I apologize. I was a little cocky there. I'm having fun with the exercise. You remember who it is. It's me. Don't be silly. I know. Tell you what. I'll rub your feet. Give me some tail. And I'll rub your feet. There we go. Oh, these are 2 checks. That one in the middle is a fail, right? Because I was mean to it. Now, who am I? We're equals. Me and this coin are equals. Don't forget that. You don't have power over it. That's not what's happening. I'm not telling it what to do. I'm enrolling it and we're agreeing. Okay? And that's why that 2 failed, because I was like... And that coin went, I do what I want. Okay. Well, we have 3 tails. Let's look at some face. I want to see my friend Michael. I miss him. I haven't seen him since Sunday. Can I have my friend Michael, please? It said no to me again. Okay, look at this. Bunch of tails. One more time here. And you're gonna see what happens. This is gonna be a great lesson at the end. This is really good when it comes to intuition, okay? Oh wait. Mirror has something to say to everybody. Okay, here we go. What should we make it? Tails. Let's do a tail since it clearly likes tails. You clearly like tails, so I want you to do tails. Let's do tails. Let's have fun with everybody, and we'll do 5 tails and 5 heads. That sounds like fun. 5 tails, 5 heads. Let's do it. Heads. This coin and I are very good friends, so I know there's a love there. It's playing with me. This is awful. This is the opposite result, right? Here I got a 90. Here I'm doing pretty bad, man. What am I at? 2 out of 5. 60%'s a fail where I come from. Like button Tourette's. That's my favorite kind of Tourette's. I forgot to tell it what to do. Not really, though. I have to give it a direction. So what should we do? What should we do? I'm not going to look at it because that's not what we're doing. Heads. Heads. Oh, I got one right. No, I didn't. It just did what I asked. This isn't right or wrong. This is did what I asked. 4 more. Let's see the results here. Now, my best case, oh man, really? Is a 70, which is at least passing. Any teachers in the room? No one's proud of a 70, especially with someone who's got potential, right? So let's show them. Let's give it another tails. Let's stick in tails. Tails has been like your thing, so why not? Let's stick with tails. Give me my victory. She loves me. I love her back. Let's do this. Tails. Give me tails. Okay, how do you count that? What happened is when I put my hand down, the coin got half caught like that. Heads up, and then I dropped it and it landed on tails. I'm going to call it a tails. Why not? It's not going to kill the result if I give myself a yes. Right? Or maybe I'll put a question mark next to it. How about that? Let's be honest about it, because I don't 100% know what to call that, but I'm going to call it a win. 3 more. Ask it if I should dye my hair. Really? Why? You're getting old with the red? I like that. It's a cool color. What are you feeling? Are you feeling cyan? Are you feeling green? What are you thinking? Are you thinking blue? Are you thinking magenta? I don't forget, magenta and cyan are beautiful opposites, right? But they're not. The opposite of cyan is red, right? The opposite of magenta is green. It's not what people think. Sure. Well, this isn't a question and answer. This is me trying to tell it what to flip. So we will do that, though. We'll do this. I'll do that with the beads. Oh, you're going to go black? To what? To match your lips? That'd be pretty striking. Have you done the black before? Something tells me you've done black before. What color? Was it black number 1? Who knows that song? That guy's something else, man. Okay, 3 more. Give me 3 heads in a row. That's it. Let's finish this out strong. That'll give me a 70. I need 3 heads. No more games, buddy. Come on, don't do this to me live. All right, 3 heads. 1. It mocks me. I'm being mocked. 2 more. I said heads, man. We got this. Come on. All right, I got heads. Let's check that. Let's make it a tails. Just give us a tails to finish this off, and give me a 60% so I can pass both in front of the world, please. Are we talking heads or tails? I'm gonna make it. Let's make it head. We're gonna do a heads so that we can. It'll be the symbol of divine intelligence, of the divine collective mind of this circumstance. Everybody send me heads. Okay, so this came out exactly how I was hoping, and here's why. Let me count the results. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. So that's a 50%, which is exactly what you would expect on a random coin toss. And now, just to be clear on what just occurred, I have 2 lists. One of them was me trying to predict what this was going to be moving forward. I'm going to flip the coin. I'm going to speak what I think it is, flip the coin, and if I get it right, write it down. Now, I'm not extending my will. This is me receiving the message and then speaking it. And that's 90. It's pretty strong intuition. I'd say that that's a good pass. If you're looking at like a random individual off the street and testing their psychic faculty, I'd go, okay, there's something here. Could be an accident. Could be a flash in the pan. Red flag that person that there's something there, right? We want to talk to them. And now we have this one here, which is a 50-50, and it's like, okay, yeah, that's what you'd expect if a random person flipped a random coin and wrote down a random choice. It'd be about this. And now, instead of me predicting what this list was for me to tell it what to do. The difference between looking at what's going to happen naturally if nothing changes and looking for what happens if you extend your will in that circumstance, meaning that you inject your magic. And now, why did I do so much more poorly on the will side than on the psychic side? Because I attempted to do both alone. I did them both alone. The psychic part of you, the part of you that's intuitive, i.e. connected with truth, if you're open, is available to everybody very easily. It doesn't require you to engage energies or of anyone else or any kind of other math has to happen. Any kind of connection has to happen. But when you are attempting to extend your will into the world to create change, it's better to enroll others to help feed the energy for that to happen. Especially if you're a man. Here's the part that's really unfortunate to a good percentage of the people that are here based on my demographics. If you're a woman, this is easier for you, and this is actually kind of flipped. Women are in a natural state of extending their will. You'd think it's a man because we're the ones walking around with our wands, but don't forget the divine wand is a vagina. And the fact of the matter is you're all walking around with your wands, and what do feminine wands do? They give birth to things, right? And so it's very easy for a woman to say, make that, and it happened. You have a way of motivating the universe to create change. And now, the psychic center, typically in a woman, depending upon what your connection is, can be a little harder to connect to, because you may be putting energies elsewhere, or in a state of multiple receptions and trying to filter out things. And so it's a different system, and a woman will have to center themselves to enter that psychic state, whereas it's super easy to manifest. And some of you may have the opposite effect, and you've got to learn which one you are. But as a general rule, a divine feminine energy finds it very easy, this second table. You just make it happen. Now, the last time I did this with somebody, it was a woman, and she wasn't intuitive, and she aced it 100% on the manifestation. She made the coin do 100% of what she wanted. And the psychic one was like 50-60, right? It was about average, which is what I expected to see in that circumstance. And now that she's practiced over time, she just kind of nails it every time. It's kind of great. And women can do that. I need a woman to fill me up, right? Or a divine feminine energy to work with me to fuel my will, and then I can do anything. But if I'm alone, I'm 50-50, right? It's the idea of without you, I'm nothing, and with you, we're everything. And so consider this when you're doing your magical work. If you're finding that you have struggling with manifesting your will, you need to enroll another in that process. If you're having trouble with your psychic energies, probably need to push people out of the psychic center and be alone in that space so that you're not influenced by other energies, right? And now that's the lesson of this. So there's twofold here. Do this exercise once a day, and this is going to start going up every time. This will start going up. It becomes easier for you. And the second thing is that you can understand the learning here. If you're finding this is easy for you, great. That means that you need to work on this other idea. And this other idea is the idea of the will. And you might need to be in a position of actually enrolling others in order to activate that. And the truth is if you're a man, that's the case. And I'm not talking about gender. I'm talking about polarity here. Okay? Gender's different. There's plenty of masculine energy that comes from women. There's plenty of feminine energy that comes from men. And certainly with respect to transgender is a very powerful outlet. And that's one that, if tapped properly, can be a very strong resource for you and for themselves to get that conversation going with respect to the will. It's very difficult for certain people to open up to their other side. And so when you have somebody who naturally manifests that physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually in the world just as a form, it's obviously it's going to be strong. So you get the idea here. And so this is a great lesson, right? I mean, and we have to take that in and recognize what this means and how we can apply that to our limitations. If there's some work that I need to get done that I know really matters, I'm not going to go it alone on that, because the work matters. And it's not about me saying I did it. No, it's about me saying I got it done by doing what had to be done. Whether or not I want, whatever my goal is, I want to look good by doing it myself, or feel good about that I didn't ask for help. Get over that. Get the work done. That'll impress people. You want to impress people? Succeed. How? In any way you need to. Right? That's strength. Being willing to look bad in order to win. So let me pause and ask, are there any questions about that? And I'm going to go up on the chat. It's been going pretty good, and you guys have good interaction going, so I'm feeling some FOMO. And let's see what I'm missing here. Hit that button with Tourette's. Yeah, great. Maybe you're telling the wrong things. Maybe you want it to say what it wants to. Let me read that again. Yeah, I'm very tired. And so it's weird, so, certain mental activities are a bit difficult. And that paragraph gave me, let's see, you have to be stern, you have to be absolute, you have to be for certain. There are lies, no lies when you speak the truth. It is that is supposed to be. Could it be? Did you know that it could rearrange his cloud? That is so beautiful. Wow. That's really pretty. That's an interesting concept here. So I have this little table, and I don't know why I put it here, because I want a place to put my mouse, but it's always in the way, and I bump it the whole stream. It's so silly. Typo negative. Yeah. Really cool. Bree, your blood type is just interesting. Tell what my hair depends on. That's fine. Auburn, cool. Yeah, I make redheads. That's all I do. I have the gene for it. And I have 3 redheaded daughters. And I do carry the gene, although I don't express it. It's there. I do have the, there's a recessive gene that affects the brown gene. Can manifest as pale skin, freckles, red hair. It also manifests as some very interesting things inside the body. For instance, the pain center. Red-headed people experience more pain. It hurts them more. So if I were to take a rubber band and snap you with it, and I were to take a rubber band and snap a redhead, the redhead's going to feel more pain. And this is highly significant. If you're a redhead, you require up to 15 to 20% more anesthesia in order to stay asleep during surgery. Thankfully, the people who are anesthesiologists know this, and if you're a redhead, they know that, and they give you more. But that's true, up to 20% more. That's a really interesting fact with as far as redheads. Midnight, yeah. Burgundy. I think so too. Yeah, because it's almost like taking red and giving it a little bit of darkness and a little bit of desire. Like put a tiny little touch of heart in there, right? That's how you get burgundy. I tried to go platinum, stripping it first and turned golden orange. Oh no. Yeah, that's tough. To get platinum it's a hard dye job. I've done a couple heads, man. It's one of these things where you have to have the patience, and depending upon the kind of hair that they're doing, how much dye you're gonna need. And I just bumped into helping people do their hair, and I got kind of good at it. I don't know. And also having 3 daughters, I used to paint 60 nails at a time. 60 nails. Daddy, will you paint my nails? Of course I do. Yeah, no problem. Why don't you get me like 5 colors, and we'll do and I would do rainbow. So I would do the one hand, and then of course what about me? We'll go for it, fine. So that's 30. But then you can't do the hands without the toesies. What are you gonna do? Have naked toesies? Of course not. So they have to match, but they have to be opposite. So if the pink was here, and the blue is here, then you have to have blue and pink, so that they can look like opposites. All right, and so 60 nails at a time. So I got pretty good at doing nails and hair. Who wants a French braid? Come over. And so, That's what I mean. What's wrong with getting into the divine feminine? Like, for real. Like, does that make me less of a man because I paint nails or because I helped my girlfriend with a dye job, which, by the way, came out amazing? Like, how does that affect my masculinity or your interpretation of my masculinity? Who cares? Okay, what do we got here? My hair is turning silver, so I bought a fucking ombre wig. That's awesome. Yeah, I gave into my gray. I didn't have a choice. It started at 14. I had a splash in the front and then a couple of stripes on the side at 14 years old. And then it just went from there. And so it's funny, on camera, it almost looks darker on top. I promise you it's not. The color of my hair here is the same as here. It's the same. That's my hair color. And I love it. I give into my gray. I earned it. I earned every gray hair on my head tenfold. Who out there knows what I'm talking about? Right? So yeah, let's see here. Oh, that's pretty. Let's see here. Let's ask about Tanamera. How do you pronounce that? Is it Tanamera? Tanamera? Or is it Tanamera? Or Tanamera? Tanamera. You have to tell me how to pronounce that. I guess I'll figure it out when we're like, chatting about you coming on or whatever, and that type of thing. So, and one of the things, again, that I wanted to talk about after I was thinking about you, I went to your channel and again, I checked out a couple more to kind of get a vibe of your energy. We are so opposite. It's great. By the way, she's a reader, and I was thinking of having her on just like to do a collab, right? And so just have fun talking about different subjects. And it turns out, once I started stalking, she makes oracles. How freaking cool is that, right? So I thought, oh, well, so do I. So you know what? I think you might have a good opinion on, or a perspective, and I respect your opinion on this oracle I put together. So I'm going to offer her to play with it. And see, what are the thoughts, and do a reading, and what's her opinion of it, and vice versa, and then do it online here. And I'll do a reading with one of hers, and she can do a reading with one of mine, and we can kind of, have that kind of fun. But if you have any ideas as well about what you want to bring to the conversation here, and anyone else has any ideas, let me know, and go from there. Homicidal. Oh, if you're lucky. Because if you're not, they'll keep you alive. Okay. All right. So that said, how did people feel about that exercise? And more importantly, give me a thumbs up if you plan on doing it. If you do plan on doing that exercise of the pennies and looking at developing with that type of work, let me know. I'm really excited to see how you progress. And if you're having any particular issues, I may be able to provide some insight on how to develop that skill as well, right? That's true. Yet there's something to be said for the fact that they hurt more than other people, and that they have the ability to cope with that. And so in that coping is the ability to feel less because they feel more. And so that definitely would scare some people. If you hit them the wrong way, in the wrong place, with the wrong energy, they're going to hit you right back with it, and it's going to hurt. They know pain. Pain is their thing. That also means that you have to be very delicate with them because they feel more than you, and you don't know that because you're not one of them, right? Oh, cool. Well, so do I. It's right here. So let's do this. We need to... now, what is the question, Tanamera? Is the question, should I have black hair? Or is the question, should I dye my hair again? Like, what is it you're asking? Let's do it. We'll ask it 4 ways, right? Let's ask it 4 ways. We'll do it with the coin toss. We'll do it with the oracle. Well, I'll pull a tarot card, and then I'm going to intuitively read the room myself. And, I wonder which one's the best. Like, which one's going to give us the good, solid answer? Let's see which one has the weird answer. My most effective form of reading is intuition. Read the room. Read the first observable phenomena that enters my space. And that usually includes tarot cards because I shuffle and spread them for a living. But, you know. Trained in martial art military. Oh, okay. Oh, the military taught you? But so, okay, good. All right, good. So then, well, that's okay. Let's do this then. I have a bowl with a lot of colors in it. I have red beads, blue beads, green beads, silver beads. And then there's these. These are my elementals. They're kind of floral. They're quite pretty. They're hand painted. They're pretty heavy. These are heavy beads. These beads are right. These are very. It's a nice solid piece of bead, and they're hand painted. Now, so what we can do is cyan. Magenta. Verde. Blanco. So, I would say we can either pick one and go, you're getting silver. Or we could pick one and say, oh, it's time to go green, right? Beautiful. Verde. That's French, though. I meant to say it in Spanish. Anyway, so, but you get the idea. So what I'm going to do is let's pick one. And then we need one for black. No. We'll pick two. Let's have fun and see how this reads intuitively. I'm going to pick two, and then we're going to figure out how to read it to determine a hair color. Let's get the witnesses out. Okay. I'm going to pull two, and then we're going to look at the combination of those two beads to see if we can get something right. Green looks terrible on you. Okay. As hair or clothing or in general, or is it a skin tone thing? Not everybody can wear green. I do okay with it, but I don't know. It's not really my color. My colors are like darker, richer blues, purples, and reds. I don't know. They just pop on me. I've been on a purple kick lately. I'm like pulling every purple shirt I own out. And I have a lot of them. This is the King of Pentacle, or it's the Princess of Wands. So it depends upon you. If you want to go King of Pentacle or Princess of Wand. Right? King of Pentacle, Princess of Wand. Now, I kind of felt that the King was out first, right? So I'm just going to go with that. The King of Pentacle. Black. That was easy. No, but all kidding aside, the Pentacle also runs reddish, auburnish, brownish, anything that's in the natural color spectrum. The energy of the King is reddish. So the answer is maroon. Dark magenta. Honey, purple looks awesome on everybody. Purple is everything, right? Because what is purple? I've talked about it. I'm not going to get all crazy like I was yesterday, but it's basically the combination of the heart and will. That's awesome. Giving your heart completely everything it wants. And it screams purple. What purple is the opposite of lament. It's the universal moan. Black or burgundy, right? Well, black was my initial assumption, but then I said, no, we're not talking about that. Because I went black because of the King of Pentacle vibe. Gives me black, dark hair. But that's not true. That's all nonsense. Court cards aren't people. And so instead, I said, let's just look at what we're actually looking at here. And so it was the idea of that red energy of the king, of the fire, darkened. And the idea of what the pentacle brought into the circumstance. But yeah, so burgundy. Okay. I love that. Purple is it's everything. What's really cool too is that it's new to the human eye. When we were originally formed, we didn't see those colors. We developed the faculty later to be able to see purple. Purple and blue looked the same to us for a long time. At least the blue or purple. Like, how does this look on camera? You see the difference between this, which is like a rich reddish purple, and this, which is more of a blue purple? This is the purple that looked blue, period, right? And now let me compare that with a blue so you can see the difference on camera here. Right, here's cyan. But let's find blue. Does that look blue? Yeah. So you get the idea, but I don't know, purple. What do you think is my color? What, for your hair? Ooh, let me think about that. You did look pretty awesome with that red. I mean, like, really. What about... Oh, let me think about it for a minute. Purple fading into cyan. Purple fading into cyan. It'd have to be the right purple, of course, but yeah. Let's make a hair color oracle. I don't know why I love that, but I do. But no, all kidding aside, I think you should do that. I think you should make a hair oracle. I think you should. And I think that you should, use my image for the gray. I've always wanted to be on a tarot card. Instead of the King of Swords, he'll be the King of Scissors. Oh, snap. Someone's got an idea coming up. I guess the wand would be the barber. What's the cup? The chair. The barber's chair is the cup. Right? And of course, the pentacle is your head. Yeah, somewhere. Either it's on the tips, there's a cyan, or it's going into cyan at the top. Steal a picture? Okay, unless there's one that I don't know. I mean, I don't tend to photograph well, so whenever I catch a picture that I think is cool, I like show it to everybody and make sure the whole world sees it. Like, dude, a picture happened that I think I look good in. And so, but all kidding aside, feel free to steal. I don't know where you're gonna get one. Most of the stuff that you find on Google is pretty old and whatever the case. But take a screenshot. You know, some of the best tarot decks that have come out have been crowdsourced. Sweeney Todd, love that. Come on. Can we do my reading tonight? Really? You want to do your reading tonight? Metaphysical makeover. Love that. Sure. What, tarot? Do you want to do tarot live? We did I Ching yesterday, but that's something that we need to sit down and talk about some of the results that came from that, and that's not going to happen live. But just what is it you want me to do? Sure. You want to do tarot, or do you want to do I Ching? Do you want to do something else? Let me know. I'm happy. Okay. Or tarot. So that means that there was something else other than tarot. Sure. No problem. Do you have a preference in deck? I can use... Well, there's any number. I'll pop the list up if you want. This is just what I currently have. But I'd be happy to. It's getting hot. So I'm getting warm. Somebody's sending me some energy. And it's working. Yeah, let me think about the deck. Or if you have a preference, let me know. And if you don't, then I'll decide. We'll find something appropriate based on what you want to read about. How you did the last one for Angel. Was it, are you talking about, did I do a, was it the rise of the quartz? Or the march? Was it the March of Thoth? Done. Was it March of the Quartz? Which is basically I do 4 on top, 4 on the bottom, and then there's some swapping that goes on with the 2 decks? Or is it the one like, for instance, like a Mind, Body, Soul? It was a Mind, Body, Soul reading. My most powerful readings are intuitive. But there's nothing wrong with the spread either. I'll be happy to do a spread. Oh, look what time it is. You know what? I'm actually going to take that note. It sounds like a silly thing, but I'm going to take that as an opportunity to take a break real quick before I start the reading for Brianna, because it's I don't rush and I want to be centered. So I'll be back in a couple minutes. Bree, take a break. Enjoy the moment. It's time for a pause for the cause. And so I'm going to go heat up my coffee and other stuff, and I'll be right back. ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Okay, that's one of those glitches that's been happening with the software here that I don't know why it's happening. And so I apologize and thank you. And I hope my delay wasn't too long, because that stuff you missed was gold. Unfortunately, I have no recollection of what I said. That's why you, that's one of the limitations of channeling, right? You're too busy speaking it to know what you're saying. And so, I forget what I said when I came in. What did I say when I came in, Michael? Oh yeah, that's right. We were going back to the... Okay, here's what I did. It came to me. Sorry, give me a moment. I looked at the chat and I noticed that there was a little bit of banter about John Belentre. Is that his name? Belentre? Belenter? John. The Holy Saint John. I have a teacher, John. He says if there's no question, the cards will go all over the place. Okay, and he's right for him. And it makes it harder to give an answer in context without a question. Okay, true, but we're going to talk about that. I have not tested his theory, but he says reading since before I was born, so I don't know. We each have our own process. Yep. If it's personal, though, okay. And then everyone was letting me know that, yeah. Right. Okay. So, here's the deal. No question means tell me the question. Earth. I want to make manifest into the world. Okay, wow. This is the Princess of Pentacle, which is a very beautiful, holy card. The Princess is the card of the abode of the element. So this is like the ultimate desire to physically manifest a thing being realized. She becomes the object of the desire of the prince. To actually, this is the end of the line as far as the four trees, the tarot, the divine order of the elements, land on Pentacle. And the 10 of Pentacles is the final card. So this is the beginning of that story, of the final chapter of the unfolding of our world. It's the state we're in right now, is starting from the 2 of Pentacles and moving from there, which is bestowed by the princess. So what this card represents is that I lost my pentacle. What the card represents is this concept that we are at the final stage of making our destiny and the thing that we want be physically realized. So more importantly, we don't have a question, but we have a direction. And the direction is how do I make the thing that I want to become physically manifest happen? Because that's the stage that my soul is in right now, is wanting to do that. Otherwise, it would have manifested as a cup. It would have manifested as a wand. It didn't do that, did it? It manifested as, I want this thing to be real. I don't want to feel it. I don't want to think it. I don't want to know it. I want to have it. Let me grab that pentacle. I'll be right back. See where it wound up. Didn't sound like it rolled too far. There it is. Okay. It'll be interesting to go back on this later on and see if I drop the pentacle or the princess. Okay, but all kidding aside, though, I'm genuinely kidding, but here's the gist. Yeah, oh, I love it. Throwing stuff is fun, just not oracles. My favorite thing to throw are dandelions, because they float slowly, and it's just like a... Anyway. But all kidding aside, no question means that you are actually doing the correct work. What I teach on the channel here is that questions lead to answers, and answers lead to questions. And it's a constant loop. Instead, seek truth, which is devoid of a question. Crowley, who is the source of this truth, spoke it most elegantly when he said, "The true will unassuaged of purpose, delivered from the lust of result, is in every way perfect. And what he's referring to is the fact that by entering the process without a question, you are open to the truth. A question leads the reader. Hey, does he like me? How do I get this thing? Rather, we should look at, is this thing good in your life? Will he marry me? Yeah, but he's going to beat you. Right? So rather what we should say is, what is the truth of this person? And let it tell you, marry him or run from him, right? And so it's more about not having any kind of expectation, because expectation, of course, is the mother of disappointment. Expectation comes from personality. Personality is not our spirit, it's our lie. It's the character that we are forced to utilize to communicate with each other, but we wind up accidentally identifying with. And so that's the thing that asks questions. That's the thing that chooses words. That's the thing with a motivation, an agenda, and it's not necessarily yours. So this is a philosophical conversation about the fact that asking a question can be dangerous, because if you're not asking it from divine mind, you're just feeding the ego. And then the reading turns into you wanting to hear something. And the reader, if they're being intuitive, is going to pick up on that and will inadvertently tell you lies. And because what we're doing when we read cards is we're being open to a conversation that gives us the ability to stay, if we're doing it properly. If I do my job, I empty my cup and allow it to be filled with truth, and then use my sword to communicate it to you. But if I'm allowing it to get filled up with what I think you want, inadvertently, by using the wrong question as the crux of my reading, then that's what I'm going to answer. And so I can't trust you. Nobody knows what they actually want. That's my job, is to kind of get to the core of that and try to, through the conversation, allow you to elicit in yourself what it is you want, and then you tell me, and then we can work it out. So questions don't allow for that process to happen. They make assumptions and they lead the direction, and you're locked into what you're wanting to hear. You, the querent, is locked into what they're wanting to hear, and so that reading will only be as good as my ability to hit that target. Rather, I would want to find the truth and tell you what you need to hear regardless. So that's what I'm talking about. And so my opinion as an intuitive and as a practicing ceremonial magician that uses tarot as a means of extending his will on the universe, questions lead to answers, lead to questions, lead to answers, lead to questions. They do seem like opposites, but they're two sides of the same coin. They're really just a conversation that loops. That's what questions and answers are. It's a looping conversation with no end. There is an actual opposite, though, and that opposite is truth, which does not need questions and does not necessitate questions at all. Therefore, answers don't even exist. There are no answers when you have truth, because an answer is a resultant. The answer is an emergent phenomena of questions, which don't exist when you have truth. So this disappears. That's the magic of the every two has a third. Question, answer, garbage. Truth disappears. That's what you're left with. Black and white, they're not opposites. Same thing. Color, that disappears, and this is the world we live in. Nuance, right? And so, same idea. So that's my little speech on questions. And that said, that also, let me contradict everything I just said. Questions, if you're an intuitive reader and you care about what this person is coming to you for, can help if you allow yourself to be intuitive and hear the truth, but speak it in a way that they're going to take it, right? And so it comes down to a little bit of a game that you're playing. There's a little bit of a deception. You ask me a question. I don't answer it. I answer the truth, but I speak it in a way that you think you're hearing your answer to the question. And so we both got satisfied. I got to be honest and go to sleep at night that I didn't take your money and tell you what you wanted to hear. I told you truth. My karma is clean. And you got what you came for. And that requires a little bit of experience. You have to have a gift of gab to be able to take what they want to hear and speak truth through that accent. But once you get there, you will be unstoppable as far as being a reader, because you're going to give them what they want and truth, and you're going to be open to that process. And questions get in the way of that. But questions can be utilized if you play with that technique, right? So that's the full answer of why questions are important and good, and why questions are bad. And neither of those should be mentioned to the querent. It's not their business. Your process is your process. Their trust in you is what matters, and their connection with you is what matters. And you don't want to muck up their expectation by getting too involved in the works. There's certain things you tell the person before you perform surgery, and there's certain things you don't tell them before you perform surgery. And so it's the same idea here. If they think you're being intuitive and you're not going to answer their question, it may kind of undermine their trust with you. And I mean, I've been very upfront with that here. I've never answered a question on my channel, ever. I don't. I tell you what you need to hear, but the fact is that it is truth, and so it rings with you, and you're satisfied with it. And that's how it's going to go right now with Brianna. I'm going to tell her the truth regardless of her question. But I know that she knows that, so we're good. Her and I are going to connect on this, and it's probably going to be a pretty good reading. Well, sure, yeah. And that's true, yeah. Yep. It's the idea of recognizing why they're there and speaking it back to them in a way that they're going to be accepting of that, while making sure that you're actually telling them what they need to hear and what you're seeing, which is true, telling the actual story. So what's your question, love? In the meantime, I'll get the deck out and start shuffling, and you just let me know what direction you want me to go in, and then we'll do the reading. I don't think I've mentioned in a couple of days how much I love dark coffee. Love it. And it loves me back. That's why it's friendly to me. The whole experience, from the smell coming up, and then the anticipation hits. Does it got to taste like it smells? It does. Oh, I love that. Just let it go all over. Don't miss a spot. You know how, I mean, your whole tongue is there. And it's funny, a lot of times we just focus on the middle. We don't let it go to the outsides. Especially coffee. We want to let the whole thing happen. The palate. You can taste coffee on the roof of your mouth. You can taste coffee in between your teeth and your lips. It's everywhere. Like, let your whole mouth have it. The cheeks. So I think I put both back here, or is it? Yeah. Let's light some incense. I thought I had one out. Did I not? Yep, okay. I was just about to look up and ask you what we were reading about, but I already knew, and then I looked up and saw it, so okay. All right. Okay, is he Libra or Scorpio? He's Libra, right? Is he Libra or Scorpio? Amen. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that. That's what we need to do this work, right, people? Do you see what Brianna said there? That's important, because what she wound up doing here, whether she knows it or not, and you guys need to remember this too, and do it silently when you're going to get a reading. Love your reader. And do it for real. I know it is. I know it is because, right? Because you know what I'm doing. And let that happen. Okay. Libra, okay, good. I wasn't sure if it was like I kind of mistook how far we were into Scorpio. We just got in, so I guess it was a silly question. But okay. We're just clearing the space right now. And the energy I'm putting forth is a green energy. This is predominantly blue, but mostly, but any other color that's added in this particular case is a dash of yellow, which gives it this sort of, it doesn't show up so clean on the camera, but it's a greenish blue that is it kind of flip-flops in your eye. Like you look at it and it's blue, but then you're like, no wait, it's kind of greenish. And so it has this sort of flip-floppy back and forth blue-green color, which I think is appropriate, and so that's why I chose this one. Okay. And for those who want to know the symbolism behind that, blue is the color of the cup, which is the heart, the emotional center of the suits, right? It's not like green, which is the heart chakra, but it's the blue is the heart of the tarot. Yellow is the color of the sword, or the mind, or communication of. And so when you combine those two things, you get green. And now in this case, though, it's heavily on the blue side, so it's mostly receive, which is what we're trying to do. This isn't about putting out, it's about getting. We want to hear something very specific. We want to learn something. Oh, good. Oh, I love that. You called it a light wand. And so, yeah. You know what I thought it looked like? And it's coming back to me now because it's escaped me the word I want to use. But there was like a something else I pictured as this big, but similar to it in analog, in shape. And I when it comes to me, I'll tell you. But so I'm putting out that energy of being in the state of reception rather than otherwise. We want to just get the answer, and we want to let go like we did yesterday. Okay, we want to let go of expectation here and allow the truth to come. Right, just like I was speaking, but now we need to actively do that. And I know, not to call you out live on the air here, that it's harder for you to do that maybe. So try. We're going to do that, and the way to do that is to, you were just mentioning that you're feeling the energy back and forth, right? This is happening, and it's becoming real, which is awesome. And so now feel that, embody that sensation, and be open to whatever it brings you, whatever you think you're supposed to be feeling. Let go of that. We'll process that after the reading. Right now, we need to fuel it at all costs. Just fuel it, and don't worry about what the fuel is. That's going to be determined by our higher selves. Your job is to get out of your way and to give it, and my job is just to get out of my way and take it. And so thank you for doing that, and thank you for starting with the words love, and letting me know that you were feeling what I was feeling, okay? Please do. All right, I'm going to be at the center. I'm feeling a little tickly. Probably the highest magic in tarot with respect to divine order. And so there's a holiness in it. There's a rightness, and that rightness allows us to access it, allows us to become one with that rightness, to inject ourselves into that crystalline structure and let it grow around us, and we become part of it. And so the thing that's created is includes us. And because of the crystalline nature of that growth, it's perfect, therefore correct. And we have to remember that that's what we're embodying. And when we do that, it just happens. Okay. Make some room here. I'm not going to show that. That's personal between you and him, right? I'm not going to show that. It made me feel a certain thing, so I just, you put it out and it's there. So don't worry about the intention part, okay? Thank you. That means a lot, Jess. I mean that. And, anyone else who wants to participate in this process, send love. And what that means is that be filled up by your own love, like feel me caring for Brianna right now in a very deep and real way, with something that is really weighing on her and she needs help with. This is not a small situation. I'm not going to get into details. She's already done it multiple times publicly, but it's not my place to speak that. However, it's real, and she needs us. She needs us to such a degree that she put herself in a very vulnerable state to put herself out there in order that we would come together here with the specific intent of raising this energy so we can find this truth. And people, we need your help. You saw what happened. My intuition is crazy strong. Imagine what would happen if you gave me some juice here. Thank you. I'm burning. Keep going. I'm asking for more because it's that important. Okay, now, it's gonna, I'm gonna be a little weird because it's getting intense. Here it goes. It's getting really intense. I'm starting to shake. This is working. And I need you to embody her. Okay? I'm getting really dizzy. And let's do this. Okay, there we go. Head is spinning. If I were standing, I'd be on the ground. I'm not kidding. I'm not being dramatic. I have no reason to do that. What's the point of that? It's just hard to keep my eyes open. Really, really hard to keep my eyes open. So I'm just gonna stay. I'm keeping closed. I can't, yeah, I'm not. Oh man, I'm drunk. I am spinning. All right, okay. Just to be clear on what we're reading here, we're looking at making, what did I see? What word did I see? Wow, that knocked me out. Which is awesome, because I am absolutely devoid of self. Like, this is just going to be pure intuition here. In the lower portion of the descent is the place where the thing begins to unfold, and that's where we start the story. Where did he go? How did it happen? Who was involved? I don't want to know where he is now. I want to know where he was and how he got there. That will give us the map. That'll let us know where to begin, so we know which water we need to cross. That'll let us know where to begin, so we'll know southwest of what. Southwest is just half the answer. And so we have to look at the current unfolded manifestation of that past story, so that we can see where this current moment came from. This is the will. This is the will of the what caused it to take place. There was there was a thought of financial gain, a benefit. They would benefit from it. Person, people, system. The thing that allowed it to happen was out of it's the sun in Scorpio. The card itself, the tarot card itself, refers to the opportunity for growth, and that there's a if you miss the opportunity, it turns into a bad 9, and if you make it, then the 9 becomes bliss. And so this is where work needs to be done in order to do that, and but it can also refer very obviously, just through its nature, what the 8s refer to is this idea of like a growth taking place. And in this case, that growth is physical, monetary. And so the will was to earn money. Or benefit in some way. Now, there's something here that I've seen as well, which is the idea that one example that happened recently with somebody that I know is that, for instance, there was somebody that was doing well in a nursing home, and they pulled them out of the nursing home and brought them into the home because they knew they can earn income off of that. And it was actually a malicious act. That's an example, right? Now we have the Magus, and this is in the position of, in the lower world, the cup. This is the what this person wanted. What were they actually seeking? The will is the idea of the thing that they desire that led to that, but the want is kind of like it's an empty cup that is the idea of the thing that they wish to be filled with. And there's a grandiose nature about this. Like, this person is going to be empowered by it, and it's going to kind of make them look good, and they're going to sort of like, it can maybe help them put on a show. You know, like, consider this as an example. Say you have like a weak man that has to put on a show for somebody, that can go and like borrow $50 and buy a nice shirt and show up and think he's sharp. It's an idea of somebody that kind of like is they it's the idea of a person who is just wanting to put this thing out to the world and to try to put on this show for everybody, to try to kind of now, this is an interesting energy here. Let me think about that for a minute, because... And we're going to check the interplay of the higher world in a minute, and that's when we're going to really see some things take place here. Because there's two types of person that fall into this category here that maybe wants to benefit. But then you have the Magus, which is the person that's sort of saying, you know what, yeah, I need to make money so I can look good for somebody. So I can be part of the club. You know, so I can be, seem relevant. It's like a narcissistic sociopath that has to maintain their character, but it's expensive, so they got to spend money to do it, which means they have to continue to get money. But there's a different type of energy as well, which is somebody that's trying to look good. Like, it's the kind of person that sabotages something so that they can come in and correct it and look good in the correction, right? Aren't you proud of me? How awesome am I? I did this thing. But it's one of those two kinds of energy, or kind of what I'm getting at. It's this idea that there's an inauthenticity with respect to this person using the money gained from this particular, whatever they think they're going to earn that. And we're going to get there. And then we have the Five of Cup. And the Five of Cup is an interesting kind of energy here. Disappointment is one thing, but what it is, it's focusing on Scorpio in Mars, or Mars in Scorpio. Mars in Scorpio. What this refers to mostly, and this is in the mind section. This is the wand, the cup, the sword, and then the pentacle. So we're looking at communication, worldview, thoughts, like what's in the brain. And now this is a conflicted card emotionally, and what it really does refer to is somebody who is focused on the spilled cups in the front, missing the goodness in the back. There's 3 spilled cups there, 2 full cups there. Focusing on the spilled cups, neglecting the full ones. Don't even know they're there. And so they're just sitting there, you know, still not being drunk, ready to be drunk. And also there's 2 cups, meaning that there's excess. You even have more than you think you need emotionally there for you, but you're focused on the spilled ones. That's what this refers to. And so this is with respect to where we are coming from. That led to this happening. And so this is in the sword section, which is this the mind or communication, the thing wanting to be spoken. And it's going to be fed from these two. Is this idea of, I've been through so much. Woe is me. And wanting people to feel bad. That's what's coming out. Right? It's the idea of pity me. It's part of the ruse. Needing money to maintain a lifestyle that's false and unearned. And playing the victim card while being the abuser. Right? Like you're the one who did it and you're trying to look like you're the one who suffered it. That's who this person is. That energy is present in that person, right? And now finally, we have the pentacle, the thing that is physically matter, the thing that happened, the thing that was created, the doing that came from this desire that was met with the selfish filling up and so forth, led to sacrifice. The hangman, though, is a willful sacrifice. Again, it's kind of the idea of saying, like, you know, oh, look what I'm willing to do and everything I've done and all these things. So now, here's the point. Breathe. Take a breath. Hold it. Blow it out. And now listen to your heart and answer this question. Who do you know that has this personality? Who is the person that attempts to look better than they are and plays the victim? Wants to make sure everybody knows how much they're willing to sacrifice. And is probably, you know, comes across as coming into things that they don't look like. How did he afford that? How did he get that? How did she come up with those shoes? Where did that bag come from? Who is that person, right? $237,000? Really? Consider how much a teacher makes, and I want to throw up looking at that number. Anyway, so let's review that, right? What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on this? This needs to be a conversation, Bree, so I'm not just going to talk at you. The I Ching is, I can do that. I can just talk at you with the I Ching, but I need to get some feedback so that we can move through the process better. Because this, again, I am super powerful intuitively, but together, and it's not just you, I felt it, but it's not just you doing that. I need words. So, what are your thoughts on this? Male, female, old, young, and how does this tie into crossing great water? And how does this tie into the Southwest? Southwest from where? Right? Okay. Would she? Because I wanted to be honest, I got a feminine vibe. But you know, all right, I don't want to scare you, but that picture I sent you had a reason. And we haven't had a chance to chat yet, so don't assume the reason I sent you that picture. Okay? Do you know why I sent you that picture, Brianna? I don't always see warm and fuzzy. So, now, just to be clear on what we're looking at here, for people who are new to the channel, there's a system I use to read cards and to unlock the tarot, and it's a system. It's a method. It's a magical system, and it's developed by me to be used by me, and I'm happy to share it with anybody who thinks they can benefit from the system. But it's very powerful and it works, and it refers to the idea of there being a reversal in the upper world of the suits under a very specific circumstance that winds up in a very beautiful way, installing divine mind into our hearts directly, and installing divine love into our minds, washing clean the profane thoughts. And so when we allow that process, what winds up is a conversation between heart and mind that is real and divine. It's our higher self, devoid of the ego and of the nonsense. And so now what that means, though, is that the bottom cards refer to the lower world, the color world that we all live in. But the upper world is different. And down here we had wand, cup, sword, pentacle, the will of the person or thing, or the reason, the emotion, the desire that to be filled by that, the container for that. The sword, which is the communication and the speaking of the will, and then you have the pentacle, which is the product of it. But when we go to the higher world, I do two things. First is I use a second deck, because it offers the possibility for there to be the same card, but in a different instance, and you'll see what I mean. And secondly, I use a black and white deck to represent the higher world. Okay? And so I'm going to get that deck, and we're going to do that now. I'm just going to put these aside until I get the cards out, and they're going to come right back where they were. And then we're going to apply the divine algorithm, which is a fancy way of saying that things swap again when we go back into the ascent, which is going to give us the answer. And so things swap again, we flip-flop, and then we're going to have a new answer, which tells us how to communicate these things. And when we do that, it's literally going to speak to us. It's literally going to say, do this. Okay. That was really powerful. I was not kidding when I used the word drunk. That's the only thing I could have described that sensation with. There's no other words that could have described that sensation than just like severely intoxicated. Like, that's exactly how you do it, kitten. That's exactly how you do it. Send hugs. I don't care how you send them, but just believe that you are. That's the magic, right? If you believe that you are, it doesn't matter how you're doing it. You're not new to it. You are not new to this. You have been loving since the beginning of time. You have been loving in this body since the beginning of you. So it's not new to you at all. Okay. All right, that was super exhausting. Give me just a sec, because I'm about to ask for more. I know, but I'm not yet. Don't do it. I'm gonna sleep for a fucking month. I could use that, but I'm not kidding. This is gonna be, and I can't. I got stuff to do tomorrow. Like, someone's knocking on my door early in the morning because I told them I'd help them out, and they need me, and it's more heavy stuff, and so it's gonna be a fun day, man. Oh, I'm gonna have all kind of stories though that'll keep me going. But this is kicking my butt. Okay, all right. What am I doing, dude? Are you crazy? Nope. You are in love with a little boy that wants to see his mom again. And you're going to do everything you can to make that happen. And that's me speaking to everybody in the room right now. He has a very, very beautiful name. His mother calls him Cloud9. That's the message that she wanted the world to know when trying to explain who he was to her. And so it's important for you to know who he was to her so that we can put that out. And And so that we can get that back. So call his name, speak it. And what happens when you speak somebody's name? Resonance happens, it vibrates. Okay. Don't just think about clouds. Don't just think about the number 9 or the word. Think about what a cloud is. Hanging in the sky, reflecting the sun, giving us shade when we're hot, giving us rain when we're dry. You're giving us dreams to imagine by looking at the shapes. He's the rain when we're dry. He's the shade when we're hot. Okay? And so just embody this little boy. And now just really quickly before we go any further, I just want everyone in the room to give love to this boy. I'm going to do the same thing. You guys filled me up and I have plenty. And just let him know that there's people out there thinking about him. He's not going to know that. He's not going to know that, but he's going to feel it. And he's going to suddenly be sitting there and be filled with this feeling. Okay, let him have that. Okay, now give it back to me. Let's do this. What we're going to be doing now is the same exact spread you just saw, but I'm going to put it in the upper world. And we're going to do a little bit of swapping based on if we see certain things take place. Okay? And I'm going to talk you all through it when it's relevant. Otherwise, I'm just going to go with the reading, and this is not going to be educational, other than where I think it won't affect the reading. Okay? There's that water. Woman. Young. Younger. Young. Female. Overdramatic. Emotional. Snaps easy, but not really. She's actually in much more control than people think. She seems like she's out of control emotionally when she decides to seem hot, but she's actually very calculated. The Princess of Cup is the seat of the suit of cup. There's no other court card with a higher IQ emotionally than the Princess of Cup. The Princess of Cup knows how to manipulate emotionally. It is her superpower, and it's more than that. She's divine in that skill. The Princess of Cup is. Okay, so just consider that. And that is in the higher world, the situation of the sword. She's no longer the cup here, she's the sword. So this is the Princess of Cup manifesting as divine mind. The brains of the operation, so to speak. The person who facilitated the idea, gave it intelligence, gave it a name. Look at that. We got a cup and a sword, and the sword in the cup position. Peace restored. That's not bad in that spot. That's Saturn in Libra. Hidden justice. but justice. Hidden justice can be looked at in a lot of different ways. The kind of justice nobody sees, but it got done. Divine justice falls under that category. Beautiful. Quite pretty, actually. Okay. Move my mouse. I don't read reverse meanings, but I am going to flip these two cards upside down, and that's symbolic. And anyone would like to know why, on my past streams and videos, I have stuff related to the divine vortex, the divine order, and my magical system. I speak about it there at length. And anybody who wants to learn about it can call. But what I'm going to basically be doing here is taking these two outward ones and leaving them alone. And these two middle ones are going to swap places. Okay. And then flip upside down. And what this is referring to is the fact that in the normal order of the tarot is different than the top. So the communication is going to fall into the heart here, meaning that this idea is the idea of justice. But in the position that it's in right now, it's the idea of communicating what they feel they're entitled to, what they feel they didn't get and now they're going to get. That's kind of like their motivation behind why, right? So let's put these four out so that we see the comparison here. This is the lower world self of what you believe naturally going through your life, the color world of sort of your feelings and emotions and things like that. This here is the higher world, and what we're referring to here is the same thing happening at the same time from a different perspective. You know, we refer to this as far as the higher self, lower self. We refer to this as like the ego is in between this divine and the profane. There's a lot of ways to speak about that, but ultimately what it is that there is the truth, and then there's the us that is sort of like beneath a veil of that manifests as personality and all these things. So I'm reading the top here actually very emotionally. There's a lot of kind of anger and entitlement here. The Three of Pentacles is getting work done in order to gain financially, right? It's like, and which is really funny because that's what the 8 was also. That's not funny, but that's what the 8 is also. What we have here is the three individuals doing something to make something happen. And it's a kind of, they're not really connected to it emotionally. It's a job. It's a practical kind of thing they're doing in order. Like, yeah, this is how you make money, or this is how we do this thing. There's this, they believe that they will game the system in some I don't know. I don't know if that's appropriate, but I'm just going to go with that. I spoke it, and there was a reason. And these two line up, which makes sense too, because that pillar means that those two cards don't flip, they're stuck. And so we get a unification of divine body and will. It's the mind and heart that flip. And so in the communication center, which is usually supposed to be heart, we have here the Two of Swords, but this is that person that's sort of like entitled. They feel like they were done wrong. Okay. Now what we have here, Princess of the Palace of the Floods. This is the Princess of Cup, who's now in the cup position because of the flip, and she wouldn't have been had it been the lower world. So this is significant, is what I'm getting at. And who is she? Right. We kind of talked about that a little bit when I first put the card out, but now let's look at it with respect to the position that it's in and how it's interacting with the lower world. Down here, this is our mind. The mind of the situation, the thoughts of the people that are involved and what made them get motivated to actually do this thing, whatever this thing was, why this happened, and he was involved, Cloud. And so there's a control, but it's in her mind, meaning that she feels empowered. It's like a game to her to kind of feel powerful, and the people who she enrolled in this process are giving into that, and so it's kind of feeding the ego of the situation, and it's helping to keep her in the game of feeling like she's justified in being selfish for this money. Really? Yeah, that's sad, because, like, who needs enemies? I mean, this is right out of Cinderella. And there is that level of not caring, like their indifference. They didn't hate her. They totally didn't care at all, right? They were jealous later of her beauty, but kind of originally, she was, if anything, a nuisance. Cinderella, right? Now, Eight of Cups. Here's the beautiful hope. And I just want to be clear with everybody else in the room here. Brianna and I. There's several people here in the channel that I've gotten close to, and there's a couple people in the channel that I've gotten very close to, and there's a real, genuine friendship. And when I say a real friendship is what she was talking about. Like, I feel like I can crawl inside of her and feel safe, and I mean that. And I hope that she knows that that's true with me. Okay? But now it's important that we understand here that I'm not trying to make her feel good. I'm taking this seriously, and so if I say good things, it's not because I'm trying to make her feel good. I'm trying to tell the truth, and it happens to be good news. And so there's a little bit of hope here in the Eight of Cups, because what I'm seeing is something very beautiful. Are you ready, Bree? Here's the answer how we're going to do this, man. Here it is. Abandoned success. Saturn and Pisces. Me too. Brianna is special. And what I mean by that is that it's hard for me to even kind of understand. Some people are kind of really kind of connected in a way that most of us don't get, and because of that, their life is a karmic torrent. But also, there's sort of like a much deeper connection to divine than profane, and so they look weird. She looks weird, right? People think she's acting funny, or there's a level of her power that they don't know how to do. They don't know what to do with. It's a lot. It's powerful. They're like, wow, I want a piece of that, but I don't. But I do. Or can be intimidated and be put on the defensive, or and then there's this other side where she just is able to kind of let that go, and there be an openness, but that's very selective, and you haven't been doing that lately, have you? You've been stuck in that power mode. But what this refers to, like, and let this in, this is a big deal. The Eight of Cups is abandoned success. This is kind of like, wow, we're in too deep. You know what I mean? Yeah, 100. Yep. 100%, not 99. So, and you know what I'm talking about. So what we have to do is we have to leverage that, and we have to allow for the opportunity for the right thing to be done without there being any kind of recourse expected or imagined. Okay, I need to speak to you privately real quick, so I'm going to text you something, okay? And pardon me the room, I'm not being funny. There's something I need to tell her, and you can't. And it's not you. It's I don't need anybody hearing this but her, because it's for, you know, for reasons. Strategy is over, and we're getting to the tactical phase, and you don't broadcast your you know, your strategy and tactics. So, but yeah. Okay. All right. So quickly, we need to talk about that. Let me do this first. I'm just going to take a screenshot before I do the card flip. I'm going to do the card flip, take another screenshot, and then we're going to go from there. But I think what more importantly want to do is I want to stop. I want to pause the reading, and I don't want to continue the rest of it live. Okay, so let me just do that. Let me just take the screenshot. Hang on a sec. Okay. Oh, that's neat. Look what that looks like. The shalom, which means completeness, is on the abandoned success. I feel good about that. Okay, now, and so I'm going to go through my wrangling here. I just realized I don't need to text you. I'm not going to finish the reading live. That's all I'm saying to you. And so there's no reason for me to not. I don't have to text you that. There was other details I was going to put in there, but there's no point. I'll text it to you after. So that said, though, let me just do the swapping, take another screenshot, and then we're going to go through the process of talking about this alone. Well, not alone, but off air, right? Okay. So now there's a couple things that we do here to reverse this idea. Okay. If you consider that this isn't an act of bestowal, all of it. This is an act of reception, all of it. And depending upon what your perspective is, determines how you're going to hear or speak what we're talking about. Now I'm back on the ascent. The outers flop and the inners don't. Okay, so I'm going to start with that. And I'm going to reverse these two. And then I'm going to reverse these two. Okay. And now what we're left with is the final turn of the vortex, which gives us now some learning. Because we now understand how to communicate some of these concepts back to ourselves, that we've installed some of it into divine and took some from divine into our world, and now we're retwisting them in this new direction. It's like we've said, okay, well, I'll give you mine if you give me yours, and when we pull together, we'll get an answer. Before those were still separate ideas that we're trying to try our best to synthesize into a single thing. But we don't have to do that any longer. Now it's actually just happened in front of us. And so what we're reading now is the combination, the new creation of a new will, which is the resolve of this situation. Everything that we just read led to this young man's position not being known. What this is the ascent, which is now that we've gone to the bottom and the thing took place. We're moving our way back up, right? And so now I'm just going to take a look let me take a screenshot. Okay. I'm going to do a quick read. Okay. Eight of Pentacle. Two of Sword, Princess of Cup, the Hanged Man, Three of Pentacle, Five of Cup, the Magus, Eight of Cup. Let me get that screenshot. Okay. And I'm going to give it a quick read. I'm not talking tactics. I'm not talking strategy. We don't know who's going to pop in. We don't know who's looking at, like, and it's not a paranoid thought. I know things. Like, I've worked in technology. I've done nefarious things using technology. And I live under the same understanding as anybody else who has a discerning mind, is that the walls have ears. So, So let's first look at this circumstance here now, right? Which is the unification of will, but that got swapped. But that doesn't matter. We're looking at this as the wand, so to speak. But now, so if we look at the new higher in the ascent, the idea of, man, we're in over our heads. What do we do? Right? Is this idea that the growth has hit its peak. There's no more growing to take place. The well's dry. It's not an income source anymore. Like, for some reason, it's like become more expensive than it profitable, or it's no longer effective, and so that's what's going to lead to the abandonment. The eights lined up. If you notice, the eights lined up, and here we have the Magus and the Two of Sword here together, and so the Two of Sword is feeding that circumstance, and the Two of Sword is this idea here not only of an injustice or an entitlement, but more specifically indecision. I thought this is what I wanted, but it's not working out. What do I do? I don't know. Confusion. Opportunity. Bruce Lee made funny sounds so that he would throw off his opponent. Like, how is these sounds coming out of his mouth? What is he? A monkey? What is he doing? No, he's about to kick your butt because you're worried thinking about the sounds he's making. There's a distraction. And when there's a distraction, it's time to strike. Because you're not looking. Princess of Cup is in the position now of the sword, when she wants to be in the cup spot, and so she's is speaking and hearing. This didn't work out. Oh my God, look what happened. I thought we had it, and now we had 5, and now there's only 2. It's kind of like everything sort of fell apart. The plan didn't come to fruition in the way that they had expected, right? For real? Yep, I'm sure. I'm glad I hope he's proud. I hope it made him feel like a big man. How exciting is that? I'm sure that Jesus will love it when he gets to heaven. He's going to say, oh, dude, that's my favorite tat. Anyway, so sacrifice in the Lord of Material World. There's going to have to be some money spent, or they had to spend money, or they lost money. One of them had to give up something. And it was material, and it messed with everything. Because now that person's like, no, wait a minute. What about you guys? Or whatever the case in this plan. There was a conspiring. There were multiple people involved with this one person, this woman. And I mentioned her yesterday, right? I mentioned her last night after the stream. But you get the idea. She's got to go, man. You have to confront that energy. But the Lord of Material Work. Now, let's just look at some planetary stuff right here. So, anyone who speaks astrology, right, this is what we're going to be talking about here. Is he Chihuahua? So cute, the black and white one. I had a Chihuahua just recently. It was a black and white Chihuahua, and she was such a sweet little girl. Her name is Macy. She was old. She was like 10 when she passed. So planetarily, we're here. We have there's a couple of different energies that we've got going on here. We've got some Virgo. We've got some Scorpio. A lot of Saturn, right? Clearly, in this circumstance, a little bit of Pisces. But the predominant energy we're looking at, if I were to just to step back, squint my eyes, a lot of Saturn. And consider that when looking at some things. And this is some of the things that I want to do with you alone. We can't do this on the air. I need to look at birthdays of people. And we need to start talking about signs. And we need to start talking about some like looking at people's deacons and stuff. You know, there's work to be done here. And we can do it. But that's okay. MFH123. First of all, thank you for coming in. And I haven't acknowledged you yet. And that's rare for me. But I'm just focused on this little boy right now. But really, thank you for popping in. Thank you for typing in my chat and joining what we're doing here. If you've been here before and I just under a different name, then thanks for coming back. But I appreciate it. Really? Yeah. I'm actually reading for something, but it's going to sound really, really weird. I'm reading for somebody who's not here. But that said, though, but put the energy out, too. If there's something you hear here that's relevant to you, it's relevant to you. Okay, yeah, well, yeah, all right, pause there. Don't say any more here. Don't say any more here. All right, okay. I just want to see if there's anything else I want to spit out before I cut it off, because I don't want to speak any of this publicly. I don't think so. No. Yeah, a lot of the other work that's going to get done then is me telling you other things here, and then we start doing some quick Gematria and math on the names. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, did I take a shot yet after I did the vortex? I think I did. Just to make sure. Let's just do it again. Actually, I don't think I did, because I recall Shalom being here. Alright, so let's just do that. I don't know if I did. I'm just gonna. Okay. Shalom. Alright, I'm just gonna pause, and before I put the cards away or anything, Brianna, is there anything else you want to discuss that you think is relevant here publicly? Otherwise, we'll chat after. Shepherd, oh my god, one of my favorite dogs ever was a border collie that looked like, but Aussie, the fur pattern and the face. Collie Chihuahua mix, maybe. You gotta look at the butt, you gotta look at the tail shape, right? And then that square shoulder that you see on the little Chibas. Macy was very, she was a pretty one, but she was very stocky in the front. It was cute. She was a cutie. Love him. Could be. I don't know, but black and white dogs are just great. Okay, so then I'm gonna shut it down, and then we're gonna talk later. Okay. And I'm not gonna shuffle these decks here, so I'll have these in order. I can pull them out very quickly and continue to go through them here. So that's an example for everyone else in the room too that was watching that spread. The reason you've never seen it is because I invented it, and that particular spread is designed around the Kabbalistic idea of the fact that during the descent things twist and turn, whatever. There's a lot to it, but I guarantee you that it is major freaking mojo, and that it's not a joke with respect to the order, to where and why I flip certain cards, and that it's specifically designed to reflect a very specific truth of your creation, and it succeeds. That's why there's two sides. There's black and white and color, that you need two decks to make sure that you're not repeating, or you're not ignoring the possibility of repeating cards, and having that analog between the upper and the lower world. Okay, so let's read here. Please excuse my phone speech to text. What I was supposed to say was, my sister tried to get custody of him for sure. I set a placement and was not successful for whatever reason I don't. Okay, interesting. Yeah, see, New York State. Now, I haven't gotten to tell you too much detail about this, Brianna, but I've had very specific experience with two cases of this in my own family. And so with my brother and with my sister adopted family, and so she was on that end. And we can talk about that and what it took for the family to get the kids back. And more specifically, as far as what the process was with, I forget what they call it there, DCF, I think, whatever it is, as far as finding where they're placed and all these other things. But you're a unique case, because that's not where you are, right? That's not what you're trying to do. It's a different circumstance. But then also my brother is another circumstance which was different, where there were 4 children involved and so on. So we can talk about that and how that landed, and the fact that my brother does not have custody of his children, but his wife does. Okay, so, but we should talk about that. And more specifically, because that's not even relevant to you either, just to be clear, right? What's relevant here is finding him. And then we can worry about that other stuff at a different time. Just get the reunion. This is a Tree of Life from the Robert Wang Golden Dawn Tarot. This is the card back. This is the front, and this is just a card that he put in the deck. It's not used. It's really it's a guide, or more importantly, like a diagram for somebody who's doing the work with the deck and they just want something handy. Crowley did one too, but his is a unicursal hexagram. Right. Was that the card you were referring to? The one on the top right? You've gotten into Gematria but didn't go far? Really? Well, we do Gematria a lot on the channel here, and I have a ton of fun with that. And so I might just help you to kind of put pieces together if you want to play with it again. Can you pull me a card? All right. Can I pull a card just for you? Of course. I'm going to sit here and deny that I haven't done that 5 times today. I'd like to be dramatic and romantic and poetic and all those fun things. But all kidding aside, I love you to death. Yeah, so you know what? I'm going to use the Thoth, the large Thoth. All right, so I'm going to pull a card for you that way. Just used my name and was like, wow, really? I spoke your name? Who spoke your name? Rashmi, how's it going? Thanks for popping in. We'll do a general with the large Thoth. Oh, you did? Okay. And did it give you a good answer? See, my Gematria is a little different. I'm pretty old school. My name is Vesta. Awesome. Val, He, Shin, Tau, Aleph. Okay. Let's go to the diagram. So, Val, you're going to notice is on the first line there on the left, and that equals the number 6. Right. He was the number 5, so we're at 11. Right. Then we're going to do, where are we? Okay. Well, that's more instead of so I'm going to go with Samak. Samak, not Shin, but Samak. So we are at, what are we at, 11? So we're at 71. 471. And the last letter is, I lost my eyes and I can't see, A, Aleph. 472. 472. Okay, so just to be clear, the Gematria for Vesta is going to be 472. Let's go into decimal. Okay, and I'll just keep this up here so you can see the number. 472. Okay. Now, the first thing we're going to do is we are going to pop-up camera. So the first thing I'm going to do here is to look it up in 777, and if we don't get any good guidance there, I have various resources that I use to get good guidance on Hebrew. I don't have a dictionary yet. I'll be getting one. I have it on, it's in my Amazon wish list, and I'll be buying the book as soon as I'm able. But in the meantime, because you got to do Gematria old school. You can't rely on software. It doesn't work. You're depending upon the accuracy of the table that was given to the programmer, or to the, like, and who knows what their methodology is when it comes to transliteration. What is their determination as to what letter they're going to use for an S sound or a sh sound or certain vowels, and when do they honor the finals? All that stuff matters. What did I say? Okay, 472. Great. Was terrified. Scared, like terrified, but past tense. You were terrified. Okay, so that's the first thing. The second thing is now we can do some things here. We can do a transformation, a permutation of the letters, but we can also, first thing we're going to do is a theosophical reduction. And what that means is you take the three letters, the numbers, and you add them all together to get one number. And so people who've been on the channel here know that 9 equals 0, so we're looking at a 4. 7 plus 2 is 9. Plus 4 is 13. 3 plus 1 is 4, right? And so if we remove the 7 and the 2, because we know 9 is 0, we're left with the 4. So that's a shortcut. We didn't need to do all that. But 4 plus 7 plus 2 equals 13, which equals 4, right? So your main number is 4, which is Dalet. But 4 is also a very holy number. It's the Tetragrammaton. It's the, the name of God, all these fancy things. The number of elements. It's the idea of the first point where something real happened in our world, physically manifested. It's the number of the pentacle. Because 1 is the wand, the divine feminine. 2 is the sword. 3 is the cup. And then 4 is the physically manifested pentacle as a tetrahedron, right? And now here's the tetrahedron spinning together. Here's mine and yours loving each other. Look at us. We're pretty sexy, aren't we? And so, and what we're looking at is a cup going down and a cup going up, and they're counter-rotating, right? And what that is each one has 4 points. The divine 4 merging into the profane 4 as this one counter-rotating vortex of probability. Right? And so that's what you look like. That's your actual baby picture. And so that idea is the number 4. Beautiful. So it reduces to that, right? But then we can also do, which is the permutation, okay? And so let's look at the permutation. Typically I use the top permutation because it's one of the more holy orders. That's the ALBM there. And so what we do is we very simply take the word as it currently stands, right? And so you've given us some guidance here. The word is Vesta. Okay, and now that is going to be Val, Hey, Samak, Tau, Aleph. And we've already done the math on that, right? We had 472. Let me move this so I can see what you see. Okay, there you go. Okay. So basically 6 plus 5, right? Plus 60 plus 400 plus Aleph equals 472. Okay. 1, 471. Wait a minute. 2, 472. Yep, okay. All right, so then now we're going to do the permutation. And what does the permutation mean? Well, what it means is every time I see a V, based on this permutation, that V is going to become a P. The second letter, that Hey, is going to turn into an Ein. Okay, the third letter, the S, the Samach, is going to turn into a Dalet. Right? Now the Tau is going to turn into a Kof, which is typically read as a K or a Q. I like to read it out to write it as a Q. And so let's do Q. And then the Aleph is going to turn into a Lamed. Okay. Now, if you were to speak this word is the P sound can either be P or F, and you can combine P, right? So, and now the AY sound is actually an O vowel. Like if you can imagine you're saying Ein, it starts with you going ah, but now vocalize it as an O sound. So it's going to be Pa or Fa. And now the Dalet is either going to be a hard D, and since it's after a vowel, that's how I'm going to read it. And so it's Podikal. Or if we do the Kof as an O sound instead of the hard consonant, it's basically going to be Padal. So it's Padal and Vesta. Okay? And so the permutation of the name Vesta is Padal. And now Padal is it's not your opposite, it's your twin. And so let's take a look now. Pe, 80. Ein, 70. Dalet, 4. Kof. And Lamed. Let's do some math. It's 154 or 160, 94. 194, right? Does everyone want to verify that math with me? 194? $154, 254, 284, 284. Yeah, this is why you don't do Gematria when you haven't slept in 5 days. 80 and 70 is 150, 150, 154, 254, 284. There you go. I'm a genius, people. I don't know if you knew that. You were in the presence of genius. Okay, so 284 is the permutation of Vesta, okay? And now what I'm going to do here is do the math. Now we know 9 equals 0, so we're going to take 1 away from the 4 and stick it on the 8. So we have 3 and 2 to 5, right? Let's do the math long way. 2 plus 8 is 10, plus 4 is 14, 1 plus 4 is 5. Right? And so now the theosophical reduction... And so let's look up 284. We'll start there. And what this is showing is the other side of your coin. If I were to spin you around and see it from the other angle, it's still you, but you look different, right? And so, and that is going to be The geomantic intelligence of Gemini. Ignore everything I just said, because the next word is totally cooler. The small area of an enclosed garden. All right. It's a small enclosure inside of a garden. It's an abode of peace, right? Which is quite beautiful. And so, do we remember what the word was that came up for 472? I forgot. I'm exhausted, and I'm a channeler. I get on here and I keep myself open to just speaking the truth, and I get out of my own way. 472. And so I don't remember half the time, even when I spoke in readings. Whenever I do a private that's more than one session, I'm spending half the time watching the last reading, because I'm not here. I'm not listening. I'm talking. 472. Oh, was terrified, but now you're in that enclosure in the garden. Padal. Okay. Yeah. And let me phonetically spell that for you. Puh, like you're gonna say putty, like silly putty. Puh. Doll, like a baby doll. Padal. My brain does some delete from databases or brain dump things also, right? Yeah. But we say okay. All right, good. So, all right, great. I don't know. All right, here's the deal with your initials, MHF. You seem like a human being behind that, and so what can I call you? I have a sneaky suspicion this isn't the last time you're going to be in my channel, and so I would like to know how I can... I'm using OBS. Yeah. Now, there's two different versions of OBS. I'm not using the stripped-down one. I'm using the more robust one that's a little clunkier looking, but actually is more robust. But they seem to both work okay. However, I have been having trouble in the past couple of days since I've updated Windows. I'm not blaming it on Streamlabs. I'm blaming it on Windows. Okay, so talk to me, man. Why am I having issues with... 3 days ago... And go back. You'll see my streams are smooth. They drop, but that's my internet provider because I live in the Hudson Valley. I'm in a very small town in upstate New York. But my streaming just got like so bad that I can't... It's like debilitating my channel when I try to show things and it'll hiccup. It's not a great laptop, but I had all my settings in order and it was working great. It took me a long time. You know, the voodoo math you got to go through to figure out how to set up your streaming settings in OBS. Well, it took me a minute, but I figured it out, and I had this run where it was pretty good. Yeah, no, I'm on 11. 10 was great. What I need to do is actually buy a new laptop and then install 10 on it. But yeah, nitrate. Oh, bitrate? No. I'm at well, it depends. But I'm streaming low. I'm streaming low. Like look at my full screen face. And tell me if you think this is good resolution. Like I'm streaming at like super low resolution. Look how blurry. Like let me find a sharp. Right, and I don't want to do that, right? I mean, I have it nice and clean for my desk camera. I need a clean, good camera, you know. But and so it's a matter of I'm streaming at 720 down, like I'm downscaling 720. I'm low on my bit rate because I'm not streaming freaking 60 FPS gaming. I'm a guy talking, you know. And this is the extent of my motion graphics. Right, so you understand. I mean, it's silly. And or this, which is me having my webcam with a green filter on it, right? And you know, so it's like I'm not doing anything funky here. I'm just trying to make sure that when my brain wants to teach something, that my body did the work that it's available for me to show you. And the way that I thought would be best is that OBS seemed to be the best thing, right? Although I am hearing, I've had half a dozen tarot readers text me, how are you doing that? What's your setup? And so I've been just sending them pictures, like here's my camera, here's what I did, and you know, I have one pointed down on a boom. I have one pointed at me from here, and I got a cheap $30 mic, right? You know, that's it. Really? Okay. Yeah. But you mean what? You mean like the text and whatnot down here? Because what I wind up doing then is I'll just create a single layered file, and then it'll just be a camera source with a layered file, like a single layer. Instead of, these are layered. Because I do want to be able to turn stuff on and off. There's certain titles that I may not want to have on. There may be certain kind of things I just want to like independently move around. So that's why it's set up this way. But yeah, I'm patient. And you know, people who've come back to my channel and continued to be with me have worked through and have been patient through this process of my stream going down, stuff getting hiccupy, and so I appreciate that. But if you have any guidance on how I can maybe fix this. I also was careful about unloading images. I mean, I have tarot decks built into here, which are 78 separate images. I did reduce them. I'm not dumb. I'm a graphic designer, so I know to take them down to like a couple of K a piece, and they still show up clean. But it's still 78 images per folder, and I have like 3-4 decks built in here. But I have them not loading when I'm not showing them, so... that's exactly it. Well, there's also, let's not forget Mercury retrograde, right? But yeah. Don't. Let's not invoke. I can't roll back. I'm scared. I can't roll back. I'm scared. I'm scared to roll back. And I'm pretty savvy. I don't want to have to go through a manual uninstall of Windows 11. Because it also did some shit to the kernel, don't forget. There's a very specific technology that was necessary built into the chipset that when they updated 11, it altered that kernel. So I'm going to have to go through a kernel rollback. I don't have time for that. I'm trying to change the world one brain at a time. That's hard work. What I need to do is just keep doing what I'm doing here, and there'll be a point that some money will fall in my lap, and I'm going to buy a computer that can maintain what I'm trying to do here when it's necessary. Right now, I need a Hebrew dictionary. Who cares about laptops, you know? So that's what we're talking about. All right. Let's see. I think she blocked me for saying tarot cards are vegan. That shit's funny. No, that's not true though. They may not be vegan. It depends upon the ink they used. I mean, I have cards, you know, painted in blood. Those are definitely not vegan. Actually, I guess that joke is silly because it's only relevant if Emma's here. If Emma was here, I'm going to use that one. You got to remind me. Too much. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the next time I buy a computer. Now this, I bought it with 10, and it was great. It was great. This machine, this is an Intel i7. Not, well, it's a terabyte. It's but the and decent whatever RAM, but whatever. It's a slower processor, but it was like $600. Unfortunately, though, I should have held out and spent more because Photoshop did not like it. Forget about After Effects. I was even having trouble with Blender, and I only do basic kind of like physics demonstrations in Blender for something different, not related to my magical work. But so, you know, and I was having problems with Blender after the update. Same here, yeah. And you know what? It's also like the church computer that we have. We have a laptop at the church that we use. Whoever needs it uses it for the service or whatever the case. And it can't even support 11. It's been very clear that the hardware, and there's a security methodology that's built into some of the new chipsets that does not exist in a prior one. And if that does not exist, you can't run 11, period. And we don't have, and it still comes every day bugging us. Hey, you haven't gotten 11 yet. It's like, I'm never going to. Hey, I've always wondered, since I'm a Taurus, am I a cow because I'm female or a calf? You are Hathor, young lady. When you speak of the goddess, you shall do so with respect. You're a cow, and your milk is sweet. Okay. So yeah. Well, good answer. Oh, boy, thank you. Yeah, when you've met the goddess, you learn every name she has, and Hathor is one of the names, right? So, I know a lot of names for that energy. The divine goddess is something that I have specifically decided that I want to consume me. And so she is present in my life and has been present in my life multiple times because I'm open to her, and she is open to me. Okay, I just looked at the clock, and it's time for me to go. Thank you for everybody who joined this stream. You made it really special. I had a great night. It was fun. It was weird. It went in weird directions like it always does. I plan and it never does what I want. I have yet to talk about the houses, the astrology houses, for like 5 days. Whatever. But so, thank you for everybody who came in. Thank you also, MHF123. That's horrible. MHF123. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for joining. Thank you for contributing. Thank you for loving the people in my room that love you back. And please come back. And please tell people. I actually put some work off to concentrate on focusing for the listening, so now I must return to my studies. Sure, of course, and thank you for doing that. Okay, and we'll chat tomorrow. Like, get in touch when you have a chance to speak, because we should go over that stuff. And I have questions also, so let me know. Okay? Thank you to everybody. And if anyone has any specific needs, give me a call, text, email, WhatsApp. Let me know what you need. I'm here for you. And otherwise, if you did find any value in what I'm doing, all I can ask is you please like the video and consider a comment. Comments matter. That's what the AI reads. AI couldn't care less about likes. Likes are a click. A comment is intent to communicate, to engage. Okay. And good news, I got the invite, or I got approved, and it's up and official for the community tab. So here I am, this tiny little under 300 subscriber channel that's now going to play with that community tab. So I'm not going to be able to do it tomorrow because I'm going to be all day out of the house, and I won't have a chance to sit down and play with that. But I plan on using that crazy so that we can all take advantage of those tools. Otherwise, thank you so much to everybody. I really enjoy it, and anything else that you have, that you need, that you want, I'm here to give it to you. That's why I exist. And so have me. Otherwise, have a great night, and we'll talk to you soon. Thanks so much. Ciao None of this ever happened. All right, maybe some of it did. You know what happened? Whatever you decide.